is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are so.
That's well hit toward right center field. Ozuna on the run. Stepping back. It's off the wall. Throw is up the line. Everybody's safe, and the Braves take the lead. A big night and emotional night for the Braves last night, beating the Marlins by a final score of 8-5. Mauricio Cabrera, with his first big league save, gave the Braves their 7th win in 9 tries against the Miami Marlins. Tonight, it's Star Wars night at Turner Field, and hopefully the Braves will be swinging hot lightsabers again as we meet in Game 2 before a packed house here at Turner Field. We turn the calendar to July. Freddie Freeman had a marvelous month of June. In fact, he's a great candidate for the Player of the Month honor. A .346 average, 5 homers, 14 RBIs. He's red hot. If he hits, the Braves awfully good on offense. Hopefully that hot streak will continue tonight as Joe Simpson, Tim Hudson, and I get you set for Game 2 at Turner Field. We'll get you set for the lineups and first pitch right after this.
Delta Airlines, your local Ford dealer, the Home Depot, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
2 of the series. Julio, Teheran, the Braves, and the Marlins. I think the Braves like this potential combination tonight, fellas.
Yeah, I think so. Julio's he's been really on fire the last few months of the season, and you know what? It's going to be fun to watch him go out there and do his thing tonight. He's been really hot for his last 12 starts. He's given up less than 3 runs or less in his last 12, so it's going to be exciting to watch him go out there and just pound the strike zone and mix things up and give his team a good chance to win.
Yeah, these videos are showing you how effective he's been out of the strike zone. But to be effective with that, as you know, Tim, the pitches have to look like strikes to get the hitters to offer, and that's what's been so impressive about Julio.
That's right. You know, he can make those balls look like strikes and get the hitters to chase. You can see his home and road starts. Any way you look at it, he's been pretty dominant all year. Whether he's at home or on the road, you just wish he could get a little more runs to get that win-loss record a little more in his favor.
Well, Julio's riding a 23 consecutive innings scoreless streak, and it's Ford Key's time for the Braves right-hander.
And number 1, run support. If he can just get a few runs to work with, especially early in the ball game tonight, watch him go to work. And counts. He's been outstanding when he's been ahead in the count, especially he's got an average below 100 on 0-2 counts. So try to get ahead in the count and dictate from there.
This is Julio's second start of the year against the Marlins. He lost 7-3 on May 29th, gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3 innings. And lifetime, Julio's 5-3 against him in 13 career starts. 91 degrees and breezy here in Atlanta as Derek Dietrich leads off for the Fish. And he jumps all over the second of the night and drives it deep toward right and gone. A solo home run for Derek Dietrich, and the Marlins have struck for a run in the first.
Former Georgia Texter didn't waste any time tonight. He had a rough night last night, 0 for 3, got hit by a couple of pitches. 1-0.
That's Dietrich's 4th home run, and his last 2 home runs in the major leagues have come against Julio. He hit 1 on May 29th.
Wow.
So it's 1-0 Miami, and Martin Prado is the hitter. Martin at .315 for the season, good for 8th best in the National League with 27 runs batted in. And that's sliced down the right field line and foul. 0-2. Dietrich's second career leadoff homer has given Justin Nicolino and the Marlins a first-inning lead.
Yeah, the other one was at Milwaukee.
That's way upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Is it just me, or does it seem like the baseball is flying everywhere over the last 30-40 days in the big leagues? I know the weather's warmed up, but we're seeing big home run totals all around the big leagues.
Yeah, that's usually the case. Midsummer, temperature gets a little hotter. Ball seems to fly, especially you know, down south for sure.
And some long home runs too.
Yeah, Cespedes hit one 460 feet last night in New York into the 3rd deck at Citi Field. As Prado shoots one toward right, Markakis on the run, and the dappled sunshine makes the play. And Prado flies out for out number 1. The Marlins have had a ton of scoring opportunities in their last 3 games, but they've left a million men on base. And that has Christian Yelich and company a little frustrated. He's their 3rd place hitter with Ozuna and Stanton to follow. Braves have to figure out a way to get Justin Bour out. He has hit 8 home runs in his career against the Braves, including 1 here last night. And Julio missed outside to Yelich. 1 ball, no strikes.
Marlins left 13 men on base last night. They are now tops in the major leagues. They've left more men on base than anyone else.
and 37 in their last 3 games. 2 of those against the Tigers, 13 stranded last night. So they're getting tons of scoring opportunities, but Don Mattingly's club hasn't gotten the big hit. And that's hit the other way by Yelich down the left field line. He's around first. He's sprinting to second. And the ball got away in the left field corner from Jeff Francoeur, but no further advance. So Yelich has his 21st double. 2 extra base hits for the Marlins in the opening inning.
Guys, I don't recall Christian Yelich really hurting the Braves pulling the ball. Everything that he does with damage is from center field over to the left field line, and it might behoove the Braves to play him that way a little more.
Yeah, he has a really good approach. He tries to let the ball get deep, and he uses the big parts of the field. You know, that's one reason why he's such a tough out. He doesn't ever seem to get pull happy. He's always wanting to just use all parts of the field. It's a prime example right there.
Marcell Ozuna didn't get it. He's down a strike. He's the 9th best hitter in the league at .314. 16 homers, 44 knocked in. Last night 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts. And nothing in 2. Giancarlo Stanton is on deck. Yelich at second with 1 out. Marcell Ozuna won't be 26 until November. And he hits this one a mile toward left. Francoeur will wave goodbye to that. Marcell Ozuna's hit a 2-run homer here in the first inning. And it's 3-0 Miami.
Like a breaking ball, he just left up and over the plate.
Exactly right. I don't know that it was that slow one though. It looked like a slider.
Yeah. 1-2 count. You hope to bury that one a little more of a 2-strike swing and miss type of breaking ball.
So Dietrich and Ozuna have first inning homers, and that brings up Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton hitting .220, 15 homers, 40 knocked in.
As good as Julio was in June, and he was outstanding, he only gave up 17 hits the whole month in 5 starts. But 6 of the 17 hits were homers. And 2 already tonight. Braves fell behind 3-0 last night on Bohr's home run and were able to come back.
Well, look at this stat, Joe. Last 8 games, 14 of the 15 earned runs have come because of homers. And so far tonight, all 3. Swing and a miss. Stanton didn't get the off-speed pitch. It's 2-2. Mile high pop. It's Julio Teheran over near the on-deck circle, and he's the man that makes the grab. Flowers, I don't think, ever saw it. Don't see that play too often.
Yeah, he's a former shortstop, right? Yeah. So he's an athlete. He can go over there and make that play.
Well, he didn't want to get sandwiched in between Flowers and Freeman, that's for sure. He was checking to his left, checking to his right, and said, I got it.
Yeah, he's going to lose that one if he gets sandwiched between those two guys.
So Stanton 2 for 22 this year against Braves pitching. A problem that the man in the batter's box has not had. Justin Bour has worn out Atlanta. 3 of his 15 homers and 9 of his 46 RBIs have come against the Braves. That grazed an edge. 0-2. Line foul left side into the big crowd here for Friday night fireworks and Star Wars night.
Bour's got a little hitch in his swing. He kind of wraps the bat kind of somewhat like Gary Sheffield used to do, but he's big enough and strong enough to still get the barrel to the ball even on fastballs in.
Yeah, he's a strong kid. He's strong hands, no batting gloves. You have to have strong hands to go up there without batting gloves and whip that thing through the zone as quick as he does.
Four hits in his career against the Braves, 8 homers. 1 off Julio.
It's 2-2. Not the most flattering bio picture of Justin Bour on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think that's it's not his good side.
2-2 as you count. And popped up and right into the shift. Chase Darno is going to make the grab, and that'll retire the side. Dietrich with a leadoff homer. Marcell Ozuna with a 2-run shot to left, and the Marlins strike for 3 in the first. Great shape for Don Mattingly's club in the first inning. They hit homers and lead 3-0. And Justin Nicolino is back from the minors. And fellas, with a new arsenal, we understand.
Yeah, guys, Justin Nicolino's coming in with 2 starts against the Braves. He's fared pretty well with a 0.64 ERA. So hopefully our Braves can go out there and have a little better at bats against this guy and get some runs.
Low 90s fastball, and he used to throw a lot of cutters, but they sent him back to AAA to work on his game without the cutter. No more cutters. They banned it from Nicolino, and he had some pretty good luck in 2 starts at New Orleans, 1-1 with a 1.35 ERA. And he said he just had to remind himself not to go into his glove for the cutter grip every time.
How tough is that to do? Here he is back in the big leagues, and that was a big weapon for him. All of a sudden, don't throw it.
Well, you know, for a young pitcher, you know, sometimes when you throw a cutter, a lot of times that can affect your other breaking pitches, and I'm pretty sure that's probably one of the reasons why they wanted him to get rid of it, is because maybe it was affecting some of his other breaking stuff.
How would it affect those pitches?
Well, sometimes your slider may get a little too hard, or if you throw a curveball or a slurve type of a breaking ball, maybe it'll start shortening it up a little bit. You know, sometimes even the cutter, if you throw more than one kind of breaking ball, sometimes that cutter will even start getting big. It'll start getting more like a slider. So just simplify it a little bit.
They also said, Tim, it was affecting his fastball in a way that he seemed to be cutting his extension on his fastball off as a result.
Yeah, that can happen too, especially if you're a 4-seam guy. If you throw some cutters, and sometimes you'll have a tendency of wanting to pull that 4-seamer and not locate it as well. And you know, it can obviously affect your command, and that's never a good thing.
Well, he got a ground ball out from Inciarte to start his night. Now Chase Darno's up with an even count. And he hits one the other way. Dietrich tracks that down. Spins from the outfield grass and threw a strike to first. Good play to get Chase for out number 2. Here's the Braves lineup. Freddie Freeman in strong consideration for the June Player of the Month award. Hitting third tonight, Garcia, Markakis, and Francoeur. Then Tyler Flowers, who had 3 doubles last night. Eric Ibar 8th and Julio Teheran 9th.
I was a little surprised Jace Peterson wasn't in there again. I was told that Jace is just getting a rest tonight. Had nothing to do with the left-handed pitcher because Jace has been hitting lefties as well. But he had hit in 11 straight games.
And would he have 2 or 3 hits last night right off their lefty?
Yeah, his first 2 at bats went 2 for 5.
Yeah.
But he's ready for action if needed later on tonight. As Freddie Freeman's behind, no balls and a strike. And he launches one to straightaway center. Ozuna back. Can't get it. It's off the fence. He corrals it with a bare hand, and Freeman is aboard with a 2-out double. Man, oh man, is he hitting everything right on the button.
Yeah, he's fun to watch when he gets locked in like that, and he's feeling really comfortable at the plate, swinging the bat with some confidence. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Well, it is June 31st. So he's still raking. I thought this was out.
Yeah, I thought he got it too.
Off the middle of the wall.
That's Freddie's 18th double. And Adonis Garcia is the batter. Let's see if he can bring home Freeman with a 2-out hit.
Get Freddie back in the weight room a little bit more, huh? Need to get with Phil Falco, strength coach.
Phil could fix him up.
Yeah.
One ball, no strikes. Then again, if you know Phil, that might be why Freddie's not in the weight room.
Oh.
Just kidding, Phil.
That was Chip.
2 balls, no strikes. 3-0 Miami. We're in the first. Broken bat ground ball to Martin Prado, and that will retire the side. Nicolino gives up a 2-out double, nothing else. Shutdown inning for the young Marlins lefty. He leads at 3-0. Popular promotions around Major League Baseball, and certainly is the case here in Atlanta.
Check us out.
Wow.
I'm digging Han Solo. I like it. One of my favorite characters in the whole thing. And
you're a hairy fella.
Pretty much.
You got your eyebrows going in the right direction there.
Look at there, huh?
Angry too.
Yeah. I meant business.
Yeah, you did. Bring it on.
Nice work by our Fox Sports crew.
Way to go, guys.
As JT Realmuto digs in for the fish in the second. 3-0. Couple of homers off Julio in the opening inning. Let's see if he can hold him right there. And a quick strike.
Yeah, Julio needs a good shutdown inning right here. Rebound and get locked back in. Start putting up some zeros.
Quickly 0-2. Realmuto had 3 hits last night. This guy's a good player. Hitting .307 for the year. Has 6 hits this season against the Braves.
Third-round pick in 2010.
The 3-hit game last night was the 7th of the year for JT Realmuto. And now he's got a 2-2 count. And Julio missed outside. So 2 quick strikes, now a full count. Danny Echeverria is the 8th place hitter. He waits next.
The Marlins have assembled a really good lineup of position players. One that would be the envy of a lot of ball clubs because they are solid defensively. They're athletic. The one thing that surprises me is that they don't run more because they've got some speed.
Deep short. Ibar's got it. Jump throw and an infield hit for the Marlins catcher.
A nice try right there. Tough play.
So Realmuto has his 4th hit of the series. A leadoff single in the second, and here is Echeverria.
Realmuto can run. Stole 7 bases last year. He's got 4 this year. Not your usual heavy-footed catcher running.
We make a good point, Joe, about the lack of base stealing for this Marlins club. There's a reason for that, obviously, with D. Gordon out and on suspension. Gordon's eligible to return 4 weeks from today, I believe. July 29th is when he's eligible to return, and that's a big loss for this Marlins team.
That's a good point.
Batting champion, Gold Glover, stolen base leader, and led all of Major League Baseball in hits too.
It's a lot of production to have to replace.
1 ball, no strikes for Echeverria. This one's chopped off the plate. There'll be only 1 play, and Adonis makes it to first base. That's as good as a sacrifice. Nicolino's coming up with a runner at second and 1 out. And maybe it's a fair question to ask, as well as Dietrich's been playing at second base, where's D. Gordon going to play?
Second base.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask, where's Dietrich going to play?
That's
the question. That's the question. You know what? You'll have to find a spot for him somewhere. I mean, he's been such a good player for him since he's been out. Be a great weapon off the bench if he
oh boy,
if he does have to go back to the bench.
Here's Nicolino. Saw his offensive work.
Well, there might be a lot of teams right around the end of July who are calling the Marlins wanting to know that same question. Where's Dietrich going to play? Where does he fit in with you now? I think he could fit in with us.
0-1 for Nicolino, who's a native of Orlando, went to University High School and was drafted in the 2nd round by Toronto in 2010. He was part of that gigantic deal made between the Marlins and the Toronto Blue Jays. And fouled back. 1-2 your count. Derek Dietrich hit the 2nd pitch of the night from Julio out of the ballpark. Yelich with a 1-out double. Ozuna with a 2-run homer to left. And Julio about to make his 38th pitch. And Nicolino is down on strikes. First strikeout for Teheran. And back to the top of the order we go.
100th strikeout of the year.
And another hit by pitch. Dietrich got hit twice last night. He's been hit here in the 2nd inning.
He's a ball magnet.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
I don't know what's going on there. Julio kind of watched him running the bases after the home run. Did you notice it?
I noticed that too. Yep.
And Dietrich rounded first and took a little look back. I don't know if he was looking back at his own dugout or if he was looking at Julio after he rounded first. There might have been a little something else going on there.
No.
Got away from him.
Couldn't have been.
Well, it was a glancing blow, but it keeps the inning alive nonetheless for Martin Prado, who flied out to right. And that's out of play. Right off the right hip.
Yeah, he's just trying to go fastball in right there. I don't think there's anything malicious with it.
No balls at a strike. Martin Prado has a .413 batting average on the road. But he's not done much against the Atlanta staff. He has 7 hits and 36 at bats this year against the Braves. There's a good pitch. 1-2.
That had a little bite to it. Dietrich has snapped the tie for most hit by pitches. He was tied with Brandon Guyer of Tampa Bay at 15.
One ball, 2 strikes. And that one's lined on one hop. Great play by d'Arnaud. Flipped to second. Not in time. All hands are safe. They're going to give Prado a base hit on that play. The ball was in shallow right center field when d'Arnaud dived and stopped it. His flip to second was too late to get Dietrich. And Miami has him loaded with 2 out.
Chase just couldn't get to his knees quick enough to get it out there.
Yeah, it's a run saving play though.
Yep.
And now Yelich bats. He doubled to left. And with that in mind, Adonis Garcia has crept closer to the third base line. Ibar at short, playing more up the middle. So still a big gap left side for Yelich, if he can go that way. 1 ball, no strikes. That was foul.
That was close.
It was close. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Scouts have been flooding in every time Julio pitches. Tonight's no different. A lot of scouts right behind home plate. As people continue to speculate as to whether or not he might be available before the trading deadline. Everybody wanting starting pitching.
And the deadline August 1st this year. And that's inside. 2-2.
I'm sure if he's available, there'd be a lot of takers.
You know it.
He's been one of the best in baseball.
Now the 2-2 for Yelich is rolled foul. Is that, fellas, tough to put out of your mind this time of year when your name pops up? Players say, well, I don't read the paper. We hear about it from friends and family and everybody else, don't you?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it weighs on your mind for sure. You know, obviously, ideally, you'd love to stay where you are. You're comfortable. You have your teammates, and you know you break spring training with a certain team, and you know your goal is to win and to win a championship. And when things don't go the way that you want them to, obviously there will be questions and come trade deadline for not only you but for other teammates. So it's definitely something you think about.
So now he's got to throw a strike or walk in a run.
This is a very big pitch. It's already 3-0 Miami. Swing and a miss. Julio with a great change struck out Yelich. Miami loads him up and leave all 3 stranded. Nick Markakis, Jeff Francoeur, and Tyler Flowers are coming up. Time for tonight's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
Lousy record at home. First 22 games, everybody knew that. At 2-20, they weren't scoring any runs, certainly weren't hitting many home runs. But the last 22, they've gotten it turned around, playing close to 500 baseball, more runs per game, certainly a lot more home runs.
So let's see if the Braves can start something here in the second. They got a 2-out hit from Freddie Freeman. Justin Nicolino staked to a 3-run first inning lead. And a shot the other way, and Martin Prado's upset. He couldn't get to it. Markakis with a single on the first pitch. He continues his great homestand at the plate. 1 on, nobody out.
6 multi-hit games in his last 8 for Nick. Fastball looked like it had a little dip on it right at the end.
Low to Jeff, 1 ball, no strikes. And now 2-0.
Nicolino's last start in the big leagues was June 15th at San Diego. He went 4 2/3 innings and gave up 10 hits and 5 runs, but he did not walk anybody. And that's when they sent him back and told him to shelve that cutter.
That's into the upper deck. 2 balls and a strike. I told the story last night when the Jays and Marlins made their big deal. The Marlins were given their choice of any one of 3 young pitchers in the Jays system. As this one's lined into center field by Francoeur. He's got a back-to-back hit with Markakis, and 2 are on with nobody out. The choices were Aaron Sanchez, Justin Nicolino, or Noah Syndergaard. All 3 of them were pitching in the low minor leagues, and of those 3, Nicolino had the best statistics. But obviously that's who the Marlins took, and they're still waiting for that terrific talent to be consistent at the major league level.
Yeah, well, obviously, when you're dealing with some talent at the A-ball level, anybody can blossom into something special, and you're kind of taking a shot in the dark if you have everything's all equal, and the talent levels seem to be the same. You look at the right-handed pitcher or left-handed pitcher, which one might be a little more valuable. Usually the left-handers are the ones that might get the nod. But obviously hindsight's 2020. Noah Syndergaard's came up to the big leagues and has been dominant with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. So only time will tell.
A quick strike to Tyler Flowers, who had 3 doubles last night.
See on the Fox tracks too, that first pitch that he was complaining to David Rackley about was well inside. Nowhere close to being a strike.
We don't need Tyler complaining about the strike zone again, do we?
No, don't think so.
He and Larry Vanover didn't see eye to eye in the 9th inning last night, and Tyler was ejected with 2 outs left with 2 outs in the inning, and A.J. Pierzynski had to come on and finish the game behind the plate.
With a guy throwing 102.
Yeah, I think he owes AJ dinner for sure after that one. What do you say?
Good call.
2 balls and a strike. And a bounding ball over Bo Porter's head and into the stands. It's 2-2.
Has he got color coordinated gloves and bat wrap? I'm so colorblind I can't tell, but it looks the same.
Lined into center. That's going to get down for a hit. And the Braves have loaded the bases on 3 consecutive singles. Now we're talking.
Yeah. Get him some shoes that color and think what might happen. Had that covered on the outside corner. Looked like tried to take a little off. Francoeur hit a changeup that he left upstairs.
And to answer your question, Joe, yes, the gloves and the tape are color coordinated. It looks to be the exact same color of the outfield walls in Miami. It's that that real neon lime green.
Okay.
So a great chance for the Braves to get on the board here. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Ibar, a line drive to left himself. 4 straight singles. It's 3-1.
We're getting a hint of the real Eric Ibar over the last 3 weeks. He's hitting the ball so much better. Got another breaking ball that stayed up, so his off-speed stuff, for Nicolino anyway, not so good this inning. But Eric's been making a lot of progress offensively.
Hitting .296, and he's been on base in his last 9 games with a hit or a walk or a hit batsman. And this big Friday night crowd doing the chop here at Turner Field. It's now a 3-1 game. Twelfth RBI for Ibar. And here's Julio.
Let's see if Julio can help himself here.
He's been hot, Tim. He's swinging the bat real well. He's 6 for his last 11.
I'm telling you, he's an athlete. He can handle the bat. Definitely knows his way around the box, that's for sure.
That's chopped foul. And the count even. And a ball and a strike.
Good crowd here tonight.
That it is.
Francoeur, Flowers, and Ibar, the Braves runners. Markakis has already scored. Nicolino throwing a lot of pitches here in the second. And a ground ball to second. Echeverria with a toe tap across the second base bag completes the double play throw. But Francoeur scores on the play. Atlanta has a runner at third base now, 2 outs, and it's now a 3-2 score.
Take that.
Yeah, you'll take it. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you know, run scored. Still got a guy on third base with your leadoff coming up.
I mentioned that Miami's now left more men on base than anyone in baseball, and they left the bases loaded in the second inning. They now have left 604 men on base. The Braves coming into this inning 565. Quite a difference.
Ground ball to second, and that will retire the side. The Braves got 4 consecutive hits, and a double play ball helps Atlanta score 2. 1-run game after 2 in Atlanta.
Oh, check it out. In the truck.
Yeah, and just kicked back.
Yeah, they just took over the whole truck. Two guys working away there on the screen. Everybody else is just lollygagging.
Yeah. Is that Chipper?
Yep.
Oh, check out Chipper. Jeez.
C3PO.
Here's Ozuna. 2-run homer for the Marlins center fielder in the first inning. And a line drive to right field. A multi-hit game for Ozuna, his 27th of the year. And nothing's come easy for Julio tonight. 3 straight innings. The Marlins have gotten a leadoff hit.
Well, he had to work hard to get that shutdown inning that Tim talked about in the second inning to try to get back on track, and especially getting a couple of runs of support. Needs to fire another 0 up there. Difficult part of the lineup, though.
Yeah, it is. You know, he made a great pitch to end that inning. That 3-2 slider. It was a anytime you have bases loaded and you have the confidence to throw a 3-2 breaking ball with the bases juiced, tells you what kind of confidence he's pitching with. But he does have a tough part of the lineup right now.
Nothing in 2 for Giancarlo Stanton. Much better run the last 2 weeks for the Marlins slugger.
Yeah, they may have caught him looking for a breaking ball. He doesn't often take fastballs that are strikes.
Swing and a miss. 3 pitches takes care of Stanton. And that's the first out of the inning. 3rd strikeout.
What a great sequence that was.
Yeah, he pitched him as tough as he could right there. 3 great pitches.
Time for our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms feature.
Well, I mentioned he only gave up 17 hits in the month of June. That's a 133 average against him. 4 walks to go with it, so there wasn't anybody on base all month against Julio.
So as good as June was for Tehran. As Bohr digs in and drives this one toward the right center field gap. Long runs Inciarte and Marquez. It's Inciarte. There's the catch. Long throw back toward first is just a little late. And look at Ozuna staring out at Inciarte after that terrific catch and throw back to first.
That was a great play. It looked like some trouble off the bat.
Ender's fast, but he's also quick. He gets good jumps and covers ground, a lot of ground sometimes that you don't think there's any way he's going to get to the ball.
Yeah, he closed in on it. Then what an arm.
Yeah, he's leading the league in assists.
He's got 9 of them. That's the most in the National League. Second only to Cespedes since 2014 in outfield assists, with 29 of them. So here's Real Muto, an infield hit. As I was going to say about the Braves pitcher, after a great June, he's named after the month of July. Julio.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't let that go to waste. You've been saving it for 2 days. So.
Well, I knew he was pitching on July 1st. Man, had that ad lib all written down, ready to go. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's interesting how different a guy looks after a good defensive play made behind him. You know how he gets it cranked up a little more. He's pitching with a little conviction here.
Well, you know, you see your guys behind you, playing so hard and making some great plays for you. You want to let them know that that effort's not going to be wasted. You're going to go out there and do all you can to get them back in the dugout.
That's in the seats. And 1-2.
Might have gotten away with one there.
Pretty close at first. Ozuna had a very short lead.
For good reason. He has one of the quickest moves in baseball.
Let's see how he tries to finish off the Marlins catcher. Popped him up. And d'Arnaud at second base has plenty of room. He's got it. A 10-pitch inning for Tehran. Boy, he needed that. A leadoff hit wasted by the Marlins, and we're headed to the home third.
Just saw another Ender Inciarte web gem. It seems like almost every night we're seeing something special from him. We saw one last night, and I was able to talk to Tyrell Jenkins, one of the guys on the mounds, and he said it's so much easier to attack the zone when you know somebody's going to be behind you and they're able to make those plays. And Brian Snitker says he has these instincts that you're just born with. They're not normal. He has this incredible baseball IQ, which makes him even that much better.
Thank you, Kelsey. Yeah, Ender Inciarte was very badly missed in the early days of this season. You might recall he pulled his hamstring in the third game of the year and was lost for about a month for the Atlanta club. So his great glove work was noticeably absent as Bohr handles that one off the bat of Chase d'Arnaud for the first out. And I think it's safe to say, Joe, one of the biggest disappointments of the club in the early weeks of the year were their defensive struggles. Braves did not catch the ball consistently and did not help out the pitching staff, and all those runs made it even tougher for a struggling offense to score runs.
Which was surprising to me because they had a lot of veteran players on the field and they kept making mistakes, defensive mistakes. But I agree with Brian Snitker. It's a baseball IQ for Inciarte that's way up there.
You know, and if you're strong up the middle defensively, you know, shortstop, second base, center field, you know, it seems to be the areas where, you know, you're gonna need those guys to be strong and making some plays behind you. And you know, obviously for so many years, you know, Andrew Jones was running around that outfield out there.
That's hammered down the right field line. Did he keep it fair? He did not.
Yeah, so, you know, having a guy like Andrew Jones out there chasing balls around was just something that was, you know, such a luxury for pitchers to have. And you know, obviously, you know, for Cal and, you know, Andrelton Simmons and those guys, I mean, it's just a, you know, such a luxury for you defensively.
Well, that was one of the things that got this organization turned around when John Schuerholz came here with this good young pitching staff that was here when he got here, with future Hall of Famers and the like, bringing in guys like Terry Pendleton, Rafael Belliard, and Sid Bream on the infield alone. How much better they became. It's like Tom Glavine has told us before, sitting up here. He said, it's like, oh, you guys are going to catch that? Okay, well then maybe I can make more pitches closer to the zone this time.
That's right.
Out of play for Freeman. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It was amazing to sit in the dugout sometimes and watch Andrew Jones, the jumps that he would get on balls. You know, he'd almost move before the gave and hit the ball. He just knew where the ball was being pitched, where they was locating the pitch.
That's hit towards Stanton and right. And there's the second out.
And his jumps were really good. He was fast, but his jumps is what made him an elite defensive player.
Yeah, and a sixth sense for where he was. You know, with relation to the walls, he knew when he was running out of room, when he needed to jump. He and Ken Griffey Jr. the best I ever saw out there.
Can't coach instincts.
A strike for Garcia, who bounced out to third his first time up. Miami got 3 in the first. The Braves answered with 2 in the second, and that's where we stand now. Braves hitting in the third. Julio Teheran, Justin Nicolino are tonight's starting pitchers. And that's inside. First final is in, and boy, it was a doozy. The Cleveland Indians have extended their winning streak. They beat Toronto on Canada Day 2-1 in 19 innings at the Rogers Center. Toronto ran out of pitchers. They had to use position players over the last couple of innings in that game, and I believe Trevor Bauer, who started and pitched well against the Braves here, came on in relief for the Indians and went 5 innings.
Yep.
Wow.
Got the win. 5 innings, a 3-hit shutout ball, and then the game-winning run was a home run by Carlos Santana off of Darwin Barney.
And so Cleveland has won its 14th consecutive.
It's getting interesting.
Sharply hit, a base hit to right field. Well, as my old friend Shaquille O'Neal would say of the Cleveland Indians, they hold the key to their own destination. If they keep pitching and swinging the bats like they have been the last 2 weeks.
I hated what they did to the Braves, but I got to say they were fun to watch, and how they go about their business. Very impressive.
Nick Markakis singled and scored the first Braves run. That was in the second. Nick has 13 hits in his last 34 at bats. The Mets are home tonight, playing the Cubs and beating the Cubs 2-0. That game's in the second. Phillies are beating the Royals 2-1 at home. Reds 2-1 over Washington. Those are the other games in National League Eastern Division play tonight.
Braves will play the Phillies after this series concludes in Fort Bragg on Sunday with Miami, and the Phillies have regrouped a little bit after that long losing streak they were on. They've won 3 in a row.
0-1 for Nick. And now an even count. Tomorrow's a day game here at Turner Field. 4:10 our first pitch. Braves live at 3:30. The Braves have not yet announced their starter for tomorrow night. Jose Fernandez will pitch for the Marlins. And then up in Fort Bragg on Sunday night, it'll be Adam Conley and Matt Whistler. That game will be on ESPN. The 1-2 pitch is into the seats. We'll do it again. A ball and 2 strikes.
You talk to people involved with the Braves organization, whether it's on the field or off the field, in the preparation that's gone into this game at Fort Bragg, and the man hours and woman hours in this preparation is just staggering. I know I'll probably be off by a few numbers here a little bit, but I'll be close. Chris Van Zandt told us tonight there will be 133 people going up on the plane after the game tomorrow, and there'll be 2 bus loads of game day people going up as early as 5 o'clock Sunday morning. The game is not until 8 o'clock Sunday night, but 3 bus loads will then come back after the game. Talk about a long day.
And not just the Braves home clubhouse people, but John Holland and Fred Stone. They've got to help the Marlins,
sure,
who will be playing the Braves on Sunday, get up to Fort Bragg as well.
Tomahawk team is going. The tool race gang are going.
Dietrich at second. The throw to first. And that will retire the side. Well, everybody with the Braves is thrilled and excited about that event at Fort Bragg. And a tip of the cap to all who are making that possible. Field Friday, July 15th, when the Braves take on the Rockies. Fans who buy this special ticket package will get an AJ Pierzynski Zombie Field bobblehead. Go to Braves.com/zombie today. We have something that is almost priceless.
Well, it's the only one known to exist. That's the AJ Pierzynski Zombie for Zombie Night. Now, see, I fully expect our stage manager Val to show up in full Walking Dead zombie costume. I mean, she lives down there. She knows where they film it and everything. She'll be showing up with a hatchet sticking out of someplace.
My question is, why do they have to use the old guy as the zombie?
That's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
As I look at this bobblehead, it is a pretty remarkable resemblance, don't you think? As Udeni Echeverria is the batter. And chops one off the plate. Dodonis cuts it off, throws on the run. Good play to get the leadoff man. And there's the first out. And so for Zombie Night, it's the same story. You have to buy the Zombie Night ticket package in order to get that very realistic looking A.J. Brzezinski bobblehead doll.
It's a good one.
There he is.
Yeah, same thing. Same guy.
Boy, poor Kelly Barnes. She's got to take care of that bobblehead doll. If she could walk around with a Brinks armored box like the Stanley Cup.
I was just thinking, speaking of hatchets.
Yeah. If we had broken that thing, we'd have had a big problem. That'll be a fun giveaway. As a line drive by Nicolino is almost fair, but out of play 0-2. Tell you what, the Braves promotional department this year's done an excellent job. A lot of great giveaways, a lot of great promo nights. Braves always draw well on Friday nights in the summertime with the best fireworks show in the Southeast. And while the record is certainly not what the Braves envisioned at this time of year as we approach the midway point of the season, this team's playing a lot better over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they won 9 of their last 15 too.
Ground ball to second. That'll be easy. And it is for the second out.
I was talking to Chase Darno before the ball game, and he's gone to some stirrup socks. He said he was inspired by Terrell Jenkins. He said he thought they looked good, and he was going to break them out tonight, and he did.
And he's got them on right.
Yeah, he may have to mix in some different footwear to go with them, but love the old school.
Yeah, it's a good look. I like it. I like the high stirrups.
Here's Dietrich. He's homered. He's been hit by a pitch. And a beautiful breaking ball has him behind the count. I've got an idea for an award at the end of the year. Now we have the Rawlings Gold Glove for the defensive excellence in baseball. You have the Rolaids Relief Award for the best relief pitcher. There should be an award for the guy that gets hit by the most pitches. As Joe said, Dietrich has passed Brandon Guyer of Tampa Bay, and I've got the perfect corporate sponsor.
What's that?
Target.
That'd be great,
don't you think?
Man.
You're willing to hang in there on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. You got to get some kind of recognition, don't you?
I think so.
It's genius.
But this guy's a good player. Derek Dietrich out of Georgia Tech.
Yeah, he is a good player.
And I'd forgotten that with the suspension of D. Gordon, when he comes back, that certainly will be great news for the Marlins over the final 2 months of the season. But one thing to keep in mind under the new PED suspension rules, D. Gordon's not eligible for the playoffs if the Marlins were to make it. So any thoughts of trading a guy like Dietrich would have to be weighed by the lack of availability for D. Gordon.
That changes everything.
Garcia at third, and a quick and easy inning for Tehran. 3 ground ball outs. He's settling in. He's set down 6 in a row. Another 10-pitch frame. the bottom of the 4th inning on Star Wars night here at Turner Field.
Oh, that's a scary dude right there. Somehow I think I recognize him though.
You've never seen that guy and Tyler Smith in the same place.
Scary. His dad, Rob, the video coordinator for the Braves, standing right there behind him.
Oh, I thought that's who you were talking about. Oh, my bad.
Jeff Rancourt leads off and takes a strike.
You were talking about the guy in black.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Okay. Makes sense now.
Jeff has continued his good work against lefties this year. Jeff came in hitting .314 against them. A 2nd inning single. And the 2nd Braves run scored tonight. And that missed inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Seems like Jeff's been a little more patient at the plate. He's never going to lead the world in walks, but he's been a little more selective. And he dumps this one into right field, but it's playable for Stanton. And there's the first out of the inning. One up, one down for Braves catcher Tyler Flowers, who's having a good series. He's 4 for 5, and he's our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot feature.
Last 6 games, 8 for 21, including tonight. I think a lot of it has to do with his fashion statement there at the plate.
To third, Prado in between, made the play and threw a strike to first. Miami had 28 straight games without an error by an infielder. Entering last night's game, Martin Prado committed an error to break that streak, but he made a nice play to get the Braves catcher for the 2nd out.
Martin is such a perfectionist that I halfway expected him to be out on the field last night after the game taking ground balls to punish himself for missing that one.
Eric Ibar had an RBI hit in the 2nd. Braves got 4 straight singles off Nicolino in that inning. Tehran followed Ibar's single with a double play to bring home the 2nd run, and that's where we stand now. It's 0-2. That's over the inside corner, and Ibar's not too sure about that. That is the first strikeout for Nicolino tonight, and all Eric can do is just smile and shake his head. 3 up, 3 down. We are off to the 5th inning on Star Wars night in Atlanta. play here in Atlanta. It's time for tonight's Toyota Tweet of the Week. Which Braves player would make the best Jedi Knight and why? That's the question tonight. Tweet us at Fox Sports South using the hashtag Atlanta Star Wars Night, and your answer could be read on Braves Live after the game. Now, I saw something on social media, Tim, that is about 6 years old. You were asked years and years ago in your playing days, which of your teammates would you want your daughter to date?
Oh, man. What did I say?
Well, they had Chipper answer. They had you answer. They had.
Did I say any?
Well, the choices were Brian McCann, Jeff Francoeur, Kelly Johnson got a lot of votes.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think it came down to you guys agreed it was Bobby Cox.
Absolutely.
Who was the best choice?
For sure.
So I'll ask you.
It's a tough one.
Who's the best Jedi Knight?
Who's the best Jedi Knight that I've ever played with?
Yeah. Take your pick.
Oh, man. Gosh, that's a good question. I've got some Frenchie. Frenchie would be the Jedi Knight. He's got the striking good looks. Swung a big stick. That's my vote.
Lined right back where it came from by Prado, a leadoff single. And it's a 2-hit game for the Marlins third baseman, and again they put the leadoff man on 4 times in the first 5 innings.
Fastball belt tied down the middle is why. Martin doesn't miss many of those.
An identical hit from his first at bat. Straight up the middle.
I don't care what uniform Martin's wearing, he's still a Brave.
Agree 100%.
Bouncing ball to first. Freeman to second for 1. The return throw to first. A beautiful double play. There aren't many who make that better than Freddie Freeman. A 3-6-3 double play erases Yelich and Prado. 2 outs.
Well, he's good over there, isn't he?
Big cat. Not Galarraga. He just moves like a big cat. And he's always had a good arm. Remember when he first came up, maybe his second year, he was talking about how he could play third if they needed him to play third some. He had played over there.
He might enjoy that, but you know what he really wants to do? He wants to get on the mound in a blowout game and pitch.
That he does. I know. That's all he talked about was how hard he threw in high school. Said he threw 95. I don't know if I believe it or not.
No.
95 is bringing it.
Yeah, it is.
But he does have a good arm.
He does.
He does have a good arm.
And when you're a first baseman and you got a good arm, you want to go somewhere and show it off because nobody ever gets to see it.
Line drive by Ozuna. Man, he's got a 3-for-3 night.
He's hitting everything too. You know, we keep talking about the reports how Barry Bonds has had a bigger influence on him perhaps than any other Marlins hitter. Well, Barry Bonds is paying off, if for no other reason than just Ozuna.
That's his third 3-hit game this year against the Braves.
Well, the Braves used to just feed him nothing but sliders down and away, and he'd chase and be in the hole and hit stuff off the end of the bat, chase high fastballs after that. He's been more selective this year.
He and Ben Zobrist have the longest consecutive hit streak this year in the National League. Each of them had a 16-game run. I recall the last time we saw the Marlins in Atlanta, Ozuna was trying to rack up a record number of hits in a month for the Marlins. So they've got him going. It's the guy in the batter's box that they've got to
unlock the mysteries for, because Stanton's in another 0-2 count.
Well, the last time up, they struck him out, made him look bad. They threw him fastballs and he took them and then swung in a bad slider. This time he's chasing high fastballs out of the zone. Went back up there.
Julio's made some really good pitches on him this whole game, though. You gotta give Julio some credit.
Stanton popped out on the on-deck circle his first time up. Teheran made the catch, and then he struck him out in the third. And now the Braves want to talk it over as we've reached 9 o'clock here in Atlanta.
Well, he put down 2 signs, both breaking balls, and you know he doesn't want to throw him a strike. He wants to see if he'll chase something. And if Julio was shaking him off to throw a fastball again, it's going to have to be something off the plate.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why Tyler went out to explain himself. See what they decided.
Yeah, you definitely want to be on the same page. You want to know what you're thinking out there.
Swing and a miss. Giancarlo Stanton lifetimes hit 13 homers against the Braves. That's the 100th strikeout the Braves have issued him in his young big league career.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and a reminder, yesterday Ozzie Albies, the #3 prospect for the Braves, was moved down to AA to play alongside Dansby Swanson, and it was a good night for both of them. Dansby going 4 for 5 and Ozzie going 3 for 5. I was able to talk to both of them, and I asked them what was it like having them there, and Dansby told me that there's just a better team dynamic. He said the energy is there, it's comfortable, and there is so much talent on that squad. I asked Ozzie about moving over to second, and he said what he's working on is just being more consistent. He wants to shorten his throws because it is a shorter throw from second, but he's getting comfortable and he's having a lot of fun up there, and he'll play wherever they want him to play as long as it gets him in the lineup.
Great work, Kelsey. Yeah, you bet.
Good attitude, and it'll be a fun team to follow.
Mississippi's up 2-1 tonight as they are facing Jacksonville. And we'll update you on Swanson and Albies' offensive work as their night progresses. Games in the 4th inning. Our game in Atlanta is in the 5th. It starts with Julio Teheran. The Braves are down a run. It's 3-2. Julio's had a lot of base runners tonight, but he's stranded 5 fish. He has struck out 4. He's hit a batter, and 2 first-inning home runs were ambush jobs to get the game started. And Nicolino just committed the Cardinals sin. He walked the pitcher to lead off the 5th inning.
Yeah, it's not exactly how you draw it up to start your inning. Maybe Julio's been a threat at the plate. You know,
scared him.
Yeah. 207 average is nothing to sneeze at.
So here's Inciarte. Enders hit the ball on the ground twice. And tries to bunt. Strike one. Yeah, fellas, we're told, by the way, Dansby Swanson 2 for 2 tonight with a run. Ozzie Albies 0 for 1 and has scored a run. So after a big night last night, 2 middle infield youngsters are rolling, and they're in Jackson tonight, not Jacksonville, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Mariners Farm Club, AA.
But I just think it's great that they have them playing together and starting to build that chemistry.
Prado at third. Dietrich had to go a long way and still completed the double play throw. That was incredible.
Wow.
And guess who's going to stand at first base and ask for an appeal play at first base, perhaps? It's Ender Inciarte, who's been involved in about 10 of them this week, it seems.
It kind of waffled the glove of Prado, so he was slow getting rid of it. But what a return to first, a throw to first by Dietrich off balance. I think he might have beaten that one out. That one may be obvious enough. They might actually overturn that one.
Brian Snitker awaits word from Buddy Carlisle, and he will challenge this call at first base. Dietrich had to go a long way to catch the throw from Prado. And because he was on a full sprint to the second base bag, all his momentum carried him toward third base. He couldn't get a lot on that throw, but it was still right on target and very close.
The ball has to be in the pocket of the glove, and it was not.
Yeah, I think he's there.
Pretty amazing that it was even that close on that double play.
That was a big league play for sure, all the way around.
I learned something about the Fort Bragg game today that I wasn't aware of. Obviously, that is a Major League Baseball. It's a Major League sanctioned game, and replay will be available, but it won't be from New York. They will have video review on site.
Like from drones?
Well, could be. Maybe a spy satellite, something on the military base. I don't know. But they won't have this kind of communication system. There'll be I guess a sterile room where they can get the ESPN feed, and all the replay people will be sequestered away, probably under armed guard.
I like that. A sterile room.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Guarded by Jack Bauer, no doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're taking a long look at it.
Yeah, and you know, when that happens, I get that bad feeling that there's not enough evidence. We saw the replay, and it looked like it was pretty conclusive that the ball wasn't in the pocket.
I mean, I feel like it's obvious.
Yeah, he's safe.
And you see the other umpire, almost that gesture with his hand. I think that might be the question. Was the ball completely in the pocket of Justin Bour at the time Inciarte's foot hit the bag?
Chris Guccione's the umpire at first base tonight. He's a good umpire. But I believe he missed that one.
This is the maddening part of replay. I admire the process. I admire they're trying to get all the calls right, but this takes too long. If you can't determine it in a minute or so, then call's got to stand, and this one's going to be overturned. The Braves win the challenge.
Finally, one went their way.
Nearly 3 minutes, 2:55 to be exact on that replay review. But all's well that ends well. Fast runner at first, and d'Arnaud, the batter, who's 0 for 2.
See if the Braves take advantage of that. Left-handed pitcher, tough to get a good jump. And a real good throwing catcher behind the plate. But hit and run might be in order. Chase has grounded the ball to the right side twice tonight.
Well, you'd have to say to this point the Marlins are pleased with what Nicolino has given them after his tutorial down in the minor leagues with New Orleans. He's allowed 2 runs, 6 hits, and only 1 hit since the end of the 2nd inning. They need their starting pitchers to pitch better behind Jose Fernandez and more consistently. And fouled back, strike 1 by d'Arnaud.
I know they'd like to have their starters go deeper in the games. Nicolino he's on pace to 63 pitches. He's on pace to go further than they're probably accustomed to behind Fernandez.
Marlins have a different look to their pitching staff tonight, with Nicolino coming back from the minors and Fernando Rodney joining their bullpen. Brian Ellington was sent to AAA, and JoJo Reyes, the former Brave, was designated for assignment today. And it will be very interesting to see how the Marlins use Fernando Rodney, who, like AJ Ramos, has been very, very good closing out games. As the runner goes, the pitch is a ball. The throw to second is high, and sliding in under the tag is Enciarte. And he's a little slow to get up, and I think tore the back of his uniform pants.
He hit the bag hard.
Yeah, he's getting up a bit gingerly.
That left knee hit into the bag after the lead foot goes over the top of it. Sometimes you can spike yourself too.
That's what it looked like happened.
May have done that. Eighth stolen base.
And a stitch in time might save 9 for Enciarte, who leads at second with 1 out. 2 balls and a strike. Fly ball belted left. That ball is out of here.
He's riding those stirrups, boys.
Yeah, I think he'll be wearing those for a while.
Silent treatment. Got him.
That's just wrong.
Yeah, it is.
His first big league home run.
Was it?
First major league home run.
They're all high-fiving Enciarte.
Oh.
That's great.
He's a no-doubter. Nice swing to give us the lead.
That's the best part. Everybody went and gave Ender the high five, and Darno's all by himself at the end of the bench. A little roller out toward Dietrich. He's got it. And throw to first in time for the second out. So the Braves bats again coming to life tonight, as Darno didn't miss it.
Boy, he just leveled off on a high fastball. And that thing jumped. It had the sound, didn't it?
And let's give some credit to Julio Teheran as well. He's had base runners all over the place in this game. But after giving up the 3 first-inning runs, he shut down Miami, and he's given his offense a chance to go to work. And now he leads this game 4-3.
Yeah, he has settled in nicely. You know, that's what you expect of your ace, the anchor of your staff. Sometimes you'll have a tough first inning, get settled in, and pitch into the 6th, 7th inning with end up getting the lead, and hopefully the win.
No balls and a strike for Adonis Garcia. And that's in for a strike. And a ground ball to Echeverria at short. He'll gather and gun, and that retires the side. The Braves challenged a bang-bang play at first, got the call overturned, and then Chase Darno hit his first major league home run, a no-doubter to left. That turns it around for Atlanta. The Braves lead at 4-3 after 5. To Atlanta, and he's had a terrific year, and that homer has Nicolino doing his best Tyler Clippard impersonation on the Marlins bench. And Chase Darno is now taking over for Ender Inciarte in center field. Jace Peterson's now at second. And hope there's nothing seriously wrong with Ender Inciarte other than a fashion crisis.
No, I think he banged his knee pretty hard into the bag. Must have caused a need for some ice.
So Peterson at second. He'll be the Braves' leadoff man, as we are in the 6th. Bohr, Real Muto, and Echeverria coming up against Julio Teheran. Bohr's popped to second and flied to center. And And it's a line drive to left. That's going to get down. And it took a tricky hop, but Francoeur stayed with it. And Bohr has a leadoff single. Man, oh man, the leadoff man.
Gosh. He's taken care of business, though, with the exception of the first inning. He's handled it, pitched around it.
Makes your job a lot harder, though.
5 of 6 leadoff men have reached for Miami, all with hits. Julio hasn't walked anybody. And he's been in the stretch all night long. He has 1-1-2-3 inning. That came in the 4th.
Seems like early count hits, too. First, second pitch, third pitch.
Pop fly foul back toward the Braves radio booth. It's a strike.
He only walked 4 batters in the entire month of June. 2 in 1 game, 1 in 2 other starts, and none in his last 2 starts. 4 walks against 37 strikeouts in the month.
There's such thing as throwing too many strikes.
A ground ball would be nice as Real Muto digs in and takes a strike.
Especially if you get a reputation of being a strike thrower and being around the plate so much. You'll have some teams will come in and they'll be more aggressive on you early in the counts, and that can happen once in a while.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball third. Adonis, tricky hop, second base 1. Peterson the turn, and not in time. Good play by Garcia to get the first out. Real Muto, the runner at first, 1 man down.
Gosh, you know he does run.
Yeah.
He runs good for a catcher.
That was
He
sharply
really does.
hit. Good turn, and he still avoided the double play. He was a highly recruited quarterback in high school out of Oklahoma City.
Got to keep an eye on him. He's not afraid to run. Short lead as Echeverria didn't get it. Strike 1. 2 hits for Echeverria last night. He's got 500 hits on the button for his major league career. Tonight, he's grounded out to third twice.
He's one of those guys that you hear about so often that get to the big leagues and they're all glove, no hit shortstops. He's going to save you a lot of runs, but he's not going to hit much. But the older he gets, the more he fills out, the stronger he gets, and he's made himself into a tough out. And he's hit a few home runs. He's not a home run guy that you can count on, but can drive the ball into the gaps. But it's the story you hear about so many guys that you think, well, give him a couple of years and let him fill out and see what happens.
Little pop, that might be trouble. Ibar out, what a catch! Real Muto around second's going to be doubled off. What an incredible grab!
Best plays made this year. That was outstanding.
It was in no man's land. Ibar read it, and out he went. A lunging grab, and with Real Muto on the run, it's an easy double play, and Tehran smiling and out of the soup, and still with a 1-run lead.
Turns a spectacular double play around the bag, but that was going to be a base hit any way you look at it, and he really ranged a long way to make a really good over-the-shoulder catch. How far he had to go to get it.
It's a great play, and if you don't make that catch, it's first and third, one out. You're in a jam.
So the Braves get a double play for the second consecutive inning. They've now chased Justin Nicolino. He's out of the game after 5 innings of 7 hit 4-run ball. The home run to Chase Darno, the big blow tonight. And it's Kyle Barraclough in for the 36th time already.
Worked an inning last night, gave up 2 hits and a run, struck out a batter. Throws hard.
Ground ball on the first pitch. Markakis will be the first out. Guys, this might be a trial run for how Don Mattingly uses his bullpen. You've got Ramos or Rodney to close the game. Don't know how he's going to solve that. But the addition of Fernando Rodney allows him to shorten the game from his bullpen. Meaning they'll pitch more innings, but it'll shorten the amount of work that a starter has to work. Tonight, Nicolino worked 5. You might see Barraclough here, Rodney or Ramos in the 7th.
I think that's probably what's going to happen tonight, knowing that his pitcher's due up first in the top of the 7th inning, and that Barraclough pitched last night. If he gets 1 inning out of him, he'd be very happy and then pinch hit for him. Talked last night about how Jeff Francoeur is impressed with Barraclough, how much he respects him. That swing kind of told you that too.
Yeah, he has a power arm. Closer type stuff.
So they've got 3 of them now in a row.
Yeah.
With this guy, Ramos and Rodney.
Mid to upper 90s with this guy's fastball, and has a slider.
You get 3 guys at the end of your bullpen, it shortens that game to a 6-inning ball game, and it can be tough.
Yeah, you think back to some of the terrific Braves teams you were on. As this one's hit towards second sharply, but Dietrich has it. 2 outs. O'Flaherty and Venters and Kimbrel, or Venters, Kimbrel, and Billy Wagner, Lidge, Dotel, and Wagner. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
We couldn't wait to get to the 6th inning. You knew that you had some guys down there that when you turned it over to them, it was pretty much lights out. And it's a great security blanket for a manager to know that you have those guys there in the bullpen that you can put your hat on every night. Makes your job a lot easier.
Tyler Flowers has another hit tonight. He's got a hit in 5 of his last 6. A 2nd inning single makes Tyler 4 for 6 so far in the series. Good cut. Strike 2.
Love the way Tyler follows through. His weight's always kind of centered over the plate. He's never on his heels falling away or trying to step away from the plate and pull the ball. Keeps that front shoulder in there and kind of dives in.
He has nice balance in there.
Muto took a shot, but he's all right. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Wake up call.
And we'll do it again.
Good at bat.
We mentioned Ozzie Albies and Dansby Swanson earlier tonight, and their work in the minor leagues. Gordon Beckham's rehabbing. He may be back with the big league club when we get to Philadelphia on Monday. Beckham's coming back from a second hamstring issue.
And that was just a shame because he was really swinging the bat well when he hurt himself the second time.
Full count pitch. His line to first, and Bohr is there to make the play. Barraclough works a 1-2-3 sixth. The pitcher's spot is due up in the seventh. Atlanta leads by a run. On a pretty night in Atlanta, the Braves lead 4-3. Chase Darno, a 2-run homer, has put the Braves in front. We face the Marlins again tomorrow. It's Freddie Freeman's sleeve day, and we support the fight against melanoma. Ticket packages include a game ticket and a special pair of Freddie Freeman arm sleeves designed by the Braves first baseman himself. A portion of every ticket sale will go to support Freddie's charity, the Melanoma Research Foundation. Visit Braves.com for more information. Julio back to work for the seventh inning. And Cole Gillespie will hit for Barraclough, who worked a perfect inning in relief. And that's in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Figure this will be Julio's last inning. He's due second in the bottom of the inning.
Okay, we were talking between innings and discussing a bullpen for the Braves that we sometimes overlook and shouldn't. Talking about guys that were now filling in roles for the Marlins. 2002 for the Braves. John Smoltz saved 59 games, so he was at the back end. Chris Hammond went 7-2 with 2 saves and an .095 ERA.
Gillespie's down swinging for the first out.
Darren Holmes went 2-2 with 2 saves and a 1.81 ERA. Mike Remlinger was in 73 games. He went 7-3 with a 1.99 ERA.
What year? This was 2002. Okay.
Tim Spooneybarger was on that team. Kerry Leitenberg was on that team. Kevin Grabowski. Some solid guys that worked out of the bullpen in 02.
Derek Dietrich, shift on for him. First pitch swing and popped foul. Dietrich led off with a home run on the second pitch of the game. Was hit on the right hip in the second inning by a pitched ball, as the Marlins loaded the bases in that inning and could not add to their lead. He's also grounded out to third. Since that second inning, Miami has not gotten a runner to second base. And Teheran quickly ahead 0-2.
Yeah, Julio's really bared down and really locked it in since that first inning.
If you told me after the second inning that he'd be in the 7th and still under 100 pitches, I'd have said no way.
No way.
Well, that's what the good ones do. Seem to finish strong here.
Swing and a miss. Dietrich fans. 2 strikeouts in a row for Julio. That's his 6th.
That's one of those pitches we showed and highlighted at the beginning of the game that looks like a strike coming in, and then it's not, and you're still hacking at it.
In the zone or none of the zone. Perfect spot. He's been around the zone all night, so it's you know, he's established that he's going to pound the strike zone and makes those guys open their zone up a little bit.
Martin Prado has a couple of hits tonight. He's 3 for 7 in the series, and he couldn't unload on that pitch. Strike 1.
He's still popping 92 also.
So he might go another one.
Fly ball, shallow right. Markakis is coming in. Sliding try. Ball is loose. It drops between Peterson and Markakis. And Martin Prado is aboard with 2 outs.
Gosh, that's tough.
Yeah, it was. And he just fought it off too.
Make a great pitch.
Oh, just popped out of the glove.
Yeah.
Put it in a perfect spot right between both of them.
Great effort.
It's baseball.
So some clever walk-up music for Christian Yelich, who hits with a man aboard and 2 outs. It was "What Child Is This" for Christian Yelich, who's doubled, scored, struck out, and he hit into a double play. There's a line drive toward left center field. And that's big time trouble. Prado around second. He's on his way to third. He's getting the green light. Ibar's relay throw to the plate is cut off. And Christian Yelich with 2 outs. It's a gapper to left center field, and the Marlins have tied it up. It's a 4-4 score. And Julio Teheran was an inch away from getting out of this inning with the lead.
Well, there's Yelich again going the other way. The damage done to left center field. And that's going to do it for Julio, unfortunately. This is just incredible. I mean, he got some runs to work with tonight. I know he got 4 runs, but his numbers here at home are just unbelievable in terms of the bad luck and not having a win here all year long.
So the best Julio can do tonight is a no decision. The Braves bullpen will have to keep the Marlins at bay in a 4-4 game. Teheran 6 2/3, 11 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts, and no luck at home, where we're tied at 4 apiece.
Sponsored by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. The Georgia Lottery. And Synovus, the bank of here.
Miami with 2 outs gets back-to-back hits in the 7th inning. A double by Christian Yelich ties the game at 4. Double switch for Brian Snitker. Emilio Bonifacio takes over for Jeff Francoeur in left field. He'll bat 9th. And Chris Withrow is on to pitch, riding a very impressive scoreless streak in relief for the Braves.
And he looked really sharp last night. Got one of the few 1, 2, 3 innings the Braves recorded last night in the 7th inning with a strikeout.
And that ERA approaching 4 because of one bad outing that Chris had against the Cubs. But 22 of his 26 games in relief have been scoreless appearances.
Heck of a test here, though, at this hot hitter.
Ozuna's 3 for 3. And that's off the plate, ball 1.
You know, typically we've seen Stanton hitting 3rd or 4th. Maybe Ozuna hitting behind him. This flip-flop in the lineup by Mattingly is pretty good thinking, with Ozuna swinging so well and having protection of Stanton behind him.
Looper into center. That's going to get down. A broken bat hit. Here comes Yelich around 3rd. He's going to score. And Ozuna is a perfect 4 for 4 tonight. And the Marlins have taken the lead again.
It was a mistake with the slider up, but it was right off the end of the bat.
So sadly, that run belongs to Julio Teheran, who will be charged with 5 of them in 6 2/3 innings. So this sets up very well for Don Mattingly now. He's got the lead, and he's got Rodney and Ramos available for the 8th and 9th. Let's see how it works out. The pitch to Stanton is cut on and missed.
When you're as hot as Ozuna is, he's just, you know, even when you get your barrel missed, it seems to fall in. Working bat off the end of the bat, RBI single. That's some tough luck for Julio, though.
Well, not just Ozuna's flare, but Prado's also. dumping it in there between them to get all this started with 2 out. He struck out 2 guys and made them look bad.
No balls, 2 strikes for Giancarlo Stanton. And that one not close.
You and I were looking at Julio's starts this year before the game, Tim. Tonight is the only night, only the 3rd night all year that he's given up more than 3 earned runs.
I know.
Swing and a miss. Stanton is mystified in the batter's box. Ozuna's not, however. 4 hits, 3 RBIs, and he's put Miami back in front.
Of the 7th inning, and earlier in the game you heard Chip and Joe talking about what was going to happen with this bullpen with the new addition for the Marlins, Fernando Rodney. I spoke to Don Mattingly earlier, and he said that he is going to be their 8th inning guy. He said he's going to keep AJ Ramos in the closer role, and everyone else is just going to slot down. He said AJ has just been too good, and he explained it to Rodney. He sat him down and said, look, if this were you and positions were flipped and you were my closer and we brought a new guy in, it's only fair to him. I'd do the same thing for you. And he said that Rodney was very understanding and just anxious to hopefully get out there.
Well, no matter who Don Mattingly chooses, Kelsey, and thanks for that great report. Rodney's 17 for 17 in saves. Ramos is 24 for 24 in saves. Barraclough looked very good tonight, but this is the guy they've got to figure out in relief, because the Braves have certainly figured out David Phelps this year.
6 games, a 5.91 ERA, 4 innings pitched, 6 earned runs allowed. He's getting touched up by the Braves, and he knows it. Mid-90s fastball, a lot of cutters, curveball to go with it.
And again, this is a perfect spot for Don Mattingly to use Phelps against a team that's hit him hard. He's got the bottom of the order coming up, and he's got him in the lead. We'll see how it works out with Ibar, Bonifacio, and then Jace Peterson. And the first one is fouled off at the plate. Steve Reich one to Ibar.
Sounds like we got the right guy on the mound.
Yes, he has been.
And that's in on a corner for a strike. 0-2. Bell tie and right down Capitol Avenue. Ibar took it. He's retired on strikes. And 6 straight Braves hitters have been retired after the d'Arnaud homer.
Back on June 21st, Jose Fernandez threw a gem against the Braves in Miami. 7 innings, a 1-hit shutout ball, struck out 7. Had a 2-0 lead, and he turned the game over to David Phelps in the 3rd inning. Jace Peterson hit a 2-run homer off of him. He gave up 3 hits in the inning, and the Braves went on to win that game in extra innings on a Jace Peterson base hit.
First at bat of the night for Bonifacio. Emilio takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Miami scored 3 in the first. Atlanta answered with 2 in the second. The Braves got 2 in the 5th to take the lead, but Miami with 2 in the 7th chased Julio Teheran, and we stand at a 5-4 score very late.
So the Marlins have really improved their bullpen with a proven guy in Fernando Rodney. They've deepened their bullpen. They have a solid lineup. So the question remains, what are they going to do about the back end of their rotation? And I know they want to improve it. It's not easy to do, but that may be the thing that's holding them back big time.
Yeah. Do they have the prospects to go get an upgrade over what they already have?
Can't answer that.
And if they don't have that, how much money would the Marlins be willing to add to their payroll to help this pitching staff? Don't know the answer to that either. They've made one move. They've brought in Rodney, and they've wrapped out 12 hits today. A swing and a tip. Bonifacio's retired. That pitch buzzed in at 95 miles an hour. And Phelps has back-to-back strikeouts, and now he'll face Jace Peterson, who's riding an 11-game hitting streak.
I don't know how you felt over the last couple of years, Tim, because you got to see the Dodgers up close and personal a lot. But I don't know that Don Mattingly got a lot of credit for managing a ball club that seemed to always have a lot of drama going on, especially with their outfield situation prior to the trade of Matt Kemp.
Yeah,
he's done a great job over here this year.
Yeah, you know, he did. He had a lot of drama over there. You know, you had 4 starting outfielders for 3 spots. You know, you had Ethier, who was he sat the bench. He was making $20 million a year, right, or somewhere around there, and would be hitting middle of the order for most teams. And so he had a lot of drama that he had to deal with, some lineup shuffling that he had to deal with, and you know that market, the LA market, and that's a tough market to manage in. And but he has, he's come over here, and it's definitely not the LA market, and not as much drama. So it's I know he's definitely more comfortable here than he was in LA.
And think about it this way too. There's been some drama in Miami. Number one, the decision to hire Barry Bonds as hitting coach opened a lot of eyes around baseball.
Sure did.
Yeah.
The struggles of Giancarlo Stanton, the Marlins have been able to maintain through that. The suspension of D. Gordon and all the different lineup creations that Mattingly has been forced to employ. Yet here they are, above 500, a winning record on the road, and within a week's play of first place.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you could make the case that Don Mattingly deserves a lot more consideration for a potential Manager of the Year award, I think.
Well, he played in the New York market, so he understands drama probably as much as anybody.
Bouncing ball, and Jace Peterson has another hit. He's around first. He's on his way to second. Took a long time for Stanton to get to that ball, and Jace Peterson just continues to hit, and hit some more.
And hit David Phelps. That was an interesting defensive alignment there. They had Bohr guarding the line, which is not unusual, but Stanton was way over in front of the Braves bullpen. So when this ball gets by Bohr, who's right on the line, look how far Stanton was over there to have to go get it. That's just a ground ball base hit that turned into a stand-up double.
A lot of ground to cover.
So it's a 12-game hitting streak for Jace Peterson. And here's d'Arnaud, who homered for the first time in the major leagues last time up. The Braves would settle for a single here. And Phelps missed outside, ball one.
You know, getting back to Don Mattingly, you know, every manager at this level, I mean, they're going to deal with drama throughout the season on every team. There's always things, you know, that cause some friction or some drama throughout the year, and you know, the good ones are able to massage those situations and calm them down, and have his players play through them and be productive and win ball games through it.
Well, you were fortunate in your career to play for some really good managers.
You know, I've played with the best. You know, I had a chance to obviously play with Bobby Cox and Bruce Bochy, and you know, when I was in Oakland, Art Howe, you know, he was an awesome manager to break into the big leagues with. So I've been very, very fortunate to play for the best, not just some of the best, but I think the best.
And to me, all three of those guys are real consistent with the way they come to the park every day, ready to play, wanting to win, but not real emotional up and down guys.
Yeah, you know, I think the one thing too is you always felt like they were your teammate, that they were on your side, and they were in there with you fighting every pitch and every inning, and you know, as a player, you appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been said the role of the manager certainly has changed over the years, but the one constant has been that all of them know how to run a game. But it's how you manage the people.
There's a lot of personalities on that team, especially when you're dealing with, you know, an LA market or a New York market where you have, you know, a payroll that's ginormous. You have superstars at every position, it seems like. You know, juggling those personalities and trying to make those things gel together can be challenging at times.
And that's why I liked Kelsey's report so much. The fact that Don Mattingly brought in Rodney and said, look, if you were my closer and we brought in Ramos, I'd still have you close games out, even though he's done a good job in his previous spot. So there's absolutely no drama for those two guys.
Big pitch right here with Freddie on deck.
And a swing and a miss. Phelps just struck out the side, and he sends the game to the 8th inning, where the Marlins lead 5-4. Moments that matter. Let's flash back to August 28th, 2010. Look at the old man do it. Tim Hudson with 13 strikeouts against the Marlins. Bet you remember that game. 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 run, 1 walk. A 12-3 Atlanta victory.
Man, had the old smoke and mirrors working that night.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, razzle dazzle.
You had two teams in the East that you just wore out. The Marlins, one of them. You're 15-5 against them.
Yeah.
Lifetime. But even better for Braves fans, you just owned the Nationals.
Yeah, the Nats. I hadn't seemed to have their number.
So that's our SunTrust Moments That Matter featured tonight. Tim Hudson's 13 strikeout game. As the Marlins come up for the 8th inning, leading 5-4. It'll be Bohr, Realmuto, and Echeverria. Chris Withrow back out there. And Bohr pops this one up. It'll be Adonis Garcia. Ibar was calling for it, but Adonis took it.
Garcia, he's not backing off any pop-up. He gets called off by the shortstops behind third base all the time. He does not move.
Did you just see what Ibar did? Watch the end of the play. Now, eventually Ibar ends up with the baseball. Now watch what he does. Watch this. Throw it right at him.
Give him the old cup check, huh?
Let somebody else play. But there's the first out. For Realmuto, he's got an infield hit. And that's in the dirt. Ball 1. Well, the Braves in the 8th will have their 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up. Rodney is up, as you'd expect, in the Marlins bullpen. So power against power in a 1-run game late. Line into center field. Realmuto has another hit. I like watching that kid play. The Braves will induct John Schuerholz, or as Joe calls him, Jedi John Schuerholz, and Andrew Jones into the Braves Hall of Fame at a luncheon on Friday, August 19th. Make sure you get your tickets before they're all gone. All guests are guaranteed to sit with a current or former Braves player, coach, alumnus, or Hall of Fame member. Call 404-614-2310 for more information or to order your tickets today.
Tim, we were showing that highlight from 6 years ago. It's hard to believe it was 6 years ago, isn't it?
Time flies, doesn't it?
Boy.
Yeah. It was amazing. I spent 9 years here. Those 9 years really went by quick.
Flew by.
Those 9 good ones.
Yeah, and when you first got here, you had to drive the bus on the Caravan. And
that's right.
All kinds of other responsibilities.
Man of many hats.
I didn't hear that story.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't hear that one? Oh, man.
So wait a minute, the Braves have kind of their own Madison Bumgarner bus story?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
1-0 pitch. It's a check swing strike. Throw to second is going to be way late. And I told you, Realmuto can run. We saw that on his sprints from the plate to first. He just picked up his 5th steal as Miami looks for an insurance run.
Realmuto can do a lot of things to help you win a ball game.
He's a good ball player.
Sitting 300. He can run. He does a good job behind the plate, and he can definitely throw. Yeah, there's a little Caravan that I was fortunate enough to be on with Tim and Kim. Kim was very pregnant, and it was a stop over in Opelika. Is that right?
I think it was. I think we went from Phoenix City to Auburn to Birmingham.
There it is.
It was a 3-city stop.
Yeah.
Line drive toward left. Bonifacio got back. Oh, he almost misplayed that into an extra base hit. But he recovered to take care of Echeverria for the second out. And that'll bring up Ichiro Suzuki to pinch hit.
We ran into some bus problem. We had a brand new bus.
It's like an RV.
Travel RV. No heat.
It was freezing.
Kim, this is in January. Kim is at least 8 months pregnant. She's
freezing.
About to domino. She's freezing to death on the bus. No heat in this brand new machine. Braves are making a change, so I guess we're going to have a cliffhanger here because we then ran into more bus problems.
That, folks, is what you call a professional tease. You want to stay tuned and hear the conclusion of this great story in Braves history as it's a 5-4 Miami game in the 8th.
Michelin, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Miami has wrapped out 13 hits tonight. They lead 5-4. Oh, that has Jose Fernandez written all over it.
Yes, it does.
So Ichiro Suzuki is going to hit against Hunter Cervenka. Runner at second, 2 outs. You'll see Hunter's numbers come up. He's done a good job in relief. Already his 36th game. So freezing cold bus.
Oh, yeah.
No heat. Kim Hudson's pregnant. Tim's on the bus. It's the Braves caravan in 2000.
About to go into labor.
Is this 2005?
Is this
your first year?
Yeah, it is.
First,
So
okay.
far.
First experience with the Braves.
Okay.
Never met anybody.
Yeah.
Never met it. This is like the caravan before spring training.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
And the RV driver had been given instructions about how to drive this bus an hour before they picked us up.
Yeah.
So he was a real doozy.
Just a random guy off the street. Yeah.
So we make the first 2 stops. We go to Birmingham. I'm going to jump ahead. So while we're signing autographs at the shopping center, they're going to take the RV over to a place and get it worked on and try to get the heat working. Okay, that makes sense. We'd drop Kim off. We were worried about that, so we dropped her off in Auburn. So we waited and we waited and we signed and signed.
Up and in for Ichiro. 3-0 the count.
What was it, 2 or 3 hours we waited?
It was a while. Yeah.
We waited for the bus to come back and get us. Finally it did. And for the drive back from Birmingham to Atlanta, we had to stop and get gas. It is pitch dark. I don't know how dark it was, how late it was, but it was dark and late.
And it's still freezing, by the way.
Oh,
the heater didn't get fixed.
No.
No. Okay.
So when the guy got out to get gas and he put in the RV, he came back to find someone sitting in his seat. That was Tim Hudson.
That's right.
Tim said, "I got it from here, Bussy. Hop in the back."
So take a walk.
Take a walk?
Yeah.
Come on. You didn't drop a take a walk on the
It was something close to that.
Yeah, okay.
It was a long day.
I can tell you this, it was the shortest ride from Birmingham to Atlanta in history. We did not waste any time getting back.
Yeah.
I called him Bussy for like 2 years.
Yeah. It was awesome, man. I'd never driven an RV before.
Oh,
it was my first time.
That probably makes everybody feel a whole lot better.
Was blowing the horn at everybody when I passed them. It was great. The whole time I was thinking, man, this is probably not the best first impression I'm giving all these people.
Well, we were a little worried about what you might have thought about. What have I done?
It was fun, though.
It was quite a day.
I made it back from Birmingham about an hour and a half.
Oh.
It's a pretty quick trip.
So you subscribe to the old speed limits or suggestions?
Oh. I know where the speed traps are between here and there. I knew where to slow down.
Chris Johnson's going to come on and pinch hit for Derek Dietrich. And that's a little low. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, this is a ball game where the Braves scored 4 runs, but their pitchers didn't make it easy on themselves tonight. There have been a lot of base runners in this game. Lots of leadoff men have reached for the Marlins. Give Miami credit. 13 hits tonight. And now Cervenka, after walking Suzuki, is behind Chris Johnson with Martin Prado waiting next. It's still anybody's game, but you can't give these guys much more, not with the firepower that's due next in relief for Don Mattingly. Eight pitches, 1 strike for Cervenka. Marlins loaded the bases in the 2nd inning. That came with 2 outs. They did not score. They've got 2 outs in this inning and a 3-0 count for the former Brave, Chris Johnson. Went in for a strike. Fly ball center. Darno is there, and he's got it, and that retires the side. Miami threatens but cannot add to the lead. Fernando Rodney will bring his hissing fastball into the game next. At the right time for the Braves, the inning will start with Freddie Freeman, the Braves' first baseman, who is the subject of our Home Depot Tools from the Dugout feature.
We were talking about Freddie in the Braves Live segment of tonight's broadcast about how he's got to be a candidate for Player of the Month in June. You look at these numbers and you understand why. He had an OPS over 1,000, raised his average over 30 points. Just a great month for Freddie. He gets my vote.
Absolutely.
Well, this will be a great matchup. A red-hot hitter against a man that is having the best first half of his major league career. Fernando Rodney, acquired yesterday for right-handed pitcher Chris Paddock, gave up 1 earned run in 28 2/3 innings with the Padres and is a perfect 17 for 17 in saves. Last year, he started the year with the Mariners, saved 16 games out of 22 tries, went to the Cubs, where he pitched in 14 games for Chicago, then made his way to San Diego. And only Craig Kimbrell has more saves in the major leagues than Fernando Rodney since 2012.
I feel bad for the guy because it doesn't matter where he goes or who he plays for, they keep giving him crooked hats.
And his first pitch as a Marlin is in for a strike.
He's got an excellent changeup. And that was it.
It's going to be a good matchup here.
No balls, 2 strikes. You look at the Marlins record this year, like most major league teams and teams that have good closers, and they have one in A.J. Ramos, they seldom lose a 9th inning lead. In fact, the Marlins were 41-0 this year when leading after 8 innings. As that one is cut on and missed, Freeman is down on strikes. I'll finish that thought in a moment as Adonis Garcia comes up. And Adonis is the subject of our Lowe's home improvement feature.
4 homers, 11 RBIs his last 15 home games. He's 1 for 3 tonight.
But where things have been kind of dicey for the Marlins, when they've led games after 7 innings, they're 35-6. That's a lot of losses in that category in today's age of bullpen specialization. And that's why they got Rodney.
That's right.
Slot guys down so that Phelps pitches like he did tonight, the 7th instead of the 8th. Barraclough the 6th rather than the 7th. Rodney and Ramos.
Good point. Well, you saw how devastating his changeup can be the way he worked to Freddie Freeman. It's especially effective to left-handed hitters.
Nick Markakis the batter. I'm guessing Nick saw Rodney a lot over in the American League when Fernando Rodney was a closer in Tampa Bay and with Detroit. And he has. He's 2 for 18 against him. One of those hits, though, a home run. When he would close out a game, Rodney had a very distinctive way of celebrating it. He would act like he was aiming and shooting a bow and arrow. That's great when you've gotten the 27th out. I don't know if that's going to work after you get the last out of the 8th inning.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's going to go over too well.
And Markakis walks on 5 pitches.
That's a start.
Yeah, they rallied in the 7th inning with 2 out, nobody on.
And Brandon Snyder's going to come on and bat for Cervenka. There was a story online about Fernando Rodney in 2014 where he explains why he pitches with his cap tilted. He believes it helps deception. And he believes that subconsciously when the hitter looks at the cap or his eyes, they see the cap tilted the other way. Maybe they think he's paying more attention to the base runner as opposed to the guy at the plate. So it's a move to try to deceive the hitter and a would-be base runner. So says Fernando Rodney.
That's interesting.
Haven't heard that before, have you?
I won't be honest with you. It could be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Well, the story's online. Bob Dutton of the Seattle News Tribune wrote about it back in 2014.
Okay. You know what? If that's what you believe, it's.
And a swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Snyder, as the ball's dropped, is out by a step at first base. And that will retire the side. No bow and arrow act for Rodney. He does strike out a pair of Braves, and his Miami debut is a success. It's 5-4 going to the ninth.
As we head to the ninth inning, and it's time for your Xfinity game break. We're going to take you over to Toronto for game 2 of the Indians versus the Blue Jays, and buckle up because it was a wild one. You see Edwin Encarnacion getting ejected there. He's not done. That's manager John Gibbons. He's gone, and then Russell Martin was ejected as well. But now I'm going to take you all the way to the 19th inning. Yes, the 19th inning where Carlos Santana wins it with the go-ahead solo shot off infielder Darwin Barney. Cleveland wins their 14th straight. 2-1 was your final there tonight.
Wild and crazy. That was Vic Carapazza, the home plate umpire. Kelsey and Encarnacion, certainly a big part of the lineup for the Blue Jays, and that was the second inning when he got thrown out of the game, so that certainly had an effect on their lineup.
Yeah, I wonder if Vic Carapazza had trouble getting dinner reservations on Canada Day after ejecting.
Maybe so. I think room service would have been a good idea.
Yeah. And someone on social media tonight made a great point. They played 19 innings. Cleveland won the game. Shouldn't they get credit for 2 wins? What a game. What a run for the Indians. 14 in a row. As they're making a great finishing drive towards the All-Star break. Martin Prado, our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard feature, leads off the ninth.
In Real Muto among the top 5 in the National League. Martin right at the very top with a big margin between he and number 2.
High hopper at short. Tricky hop. Ibar got there, and Prado's retired. His night will end offensively at 3-4-5. Barring a Braves rally in the ninth. 1 man down. Here's Yelich. Oh, for another step or another inch of leather for Nick Markakis back in that 7th inning. A bloop hit with 2 outs for Martin Prado that was in the glove and just trickled out as Markakis tumbled to the ground. Brought Yelich to the plate. He doubled to tie the game. Then Ozuna against Chris Withrow put Miami in front. Withrow, Cervenka, and Kroll in relief tonight for the Braves. And Yelich tied up. It's 0-2. Braves Live presented by Xfinity will follow us from Turner Field. Jerome Jurinovich and Marlins killer Matt Diaz will have the hosting duties tonight.
Hitting fool.
And Yelich is down on strikes. He's punched out for the second time in the game, and Kroll's good work continues in relief. 2 up, 2 down.
Climbing the ladder.
Well, Marcell Ozuna has been the hitting star for the Fish tonight. 4 for 4 with a home run and 3 RBIs. 27 multi-hit games.
Well, the Mets are just burying the Cubs tonight, 10-1. They got all the runs off Jason Hamill.
Ouch. That's a week's worth of runs for the Mets, isn't it?
It sure is.
The Mets are trying to chase down the Nationals. They're in a 12th inning game with Cincinnati. 2-2 is the score at Nationals Park. (2-0) to Ozuna, and a chopper toward third. Adonis has it, and his throw to first is right on the money, and Ozuna's perfect night comes to a close. A 4 for 5 game, and we head to the 9th inning. Braves need 1 to tie, 2 to win against Miami.
In any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
As we head to the bottom of the 9th inning, it's 5-4. The Marlins have the lead in Game 2. And fans available for the first time, the Braves and Chick-fil-A are offering 2 free tickets to any remaining home game for all members of the free Braves Kids Club. Go to Braves.com/kids today and take advantage of this great deal. A lot of kids at the ballpark tonight for Star Wars night. We've had a great, loud, enthusiastic crowd. We'll have fireworks after the game. Let's see if the Braves can do what they've done so often, and that is give our fans a finish in the 9th inning.
Well, they've been doing that for sure during this homestand. 34th game for Ramos, perfect 24 for 24 in saves. Low to mid 90s fastball, cuts it once in a while, has a slider and a changeup. Looking for some guys who have done some damage. Francoeur is out of the game, but he has a homer off of him in his career. Jace Peterson 2 for 2.
Ramos is 24 for 24 to start the year in saves. Fernando Rodney just debuted with a scoreless inning as a Marlin. And Ramos will face Flowers, Ibar, and Bonifacio here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tyler Flowers had a second inning single. He's grounded out and lined out in his other 2 trips. And a drive down the left field line. That ball is gone.
Boy, did he turn on a heater in. A laser out of here, well up into the seats.
That's 10 rows deep.
Man, did he hit that.
So how about one more and the Braves can walk off. Tyler Flowers hits his 6th home run. That's the first blown save for A.J. Ramos. And there's nobody out. And a swing and a miss by Eric Ibar.
Takes Julio Teheran off the hook, too.
Yeah, it does.
Julio pitched a whole lot better than his line indicated tonight.
That's a base hit to right. Rojas couldn't hang on. And now Ibar's aboard on back-to-back hits. That's the winning run.
Just kind of went out around that one.
Well, let's see if Bonifacio can lay down a bunt. The Marlins have to be kicking themselves. What has gotten into the Braves? There's the bunt, and it's perfect. Bare hand, throw to first, and in time. Bang, bang play, but what a gorgeous sacrifice by Bonifacio.
Oh, that was beautiful all the way around. Perfect bunt, great play by the third baseman. The guy in scoring position for one of our hottest hitters in the lineup.
When the bunt's in order, infielders hate it when it's a guy like Bonifacio who can run, because they know they've got to get on the ball quickly and have no room for error. Terrific play by Prado to get him.
I mean, that was a Chipper Jones special.
That was.
So, Tim, you're right. Hottest hitter for the Braves is Jace Peterson. A hit could win it. Outfield deep. Fast runner at second. Peterson with a double in his lone trip to the plate in the 7th inning.
I like it.
And Real Muto might have gotten hit on the recoil there.
Yeah, I think he did on the follow through. And again, Chase 2 for 2 against him. Against Ramos. Follow through. Oh man, right on the back.
No balls and a strike. Everybody in the lower bowl standing. As that one's cued foul, it's 0-2. What a great, loud, chanting and chopping crowd on a Friday night at Turner Field. Nothing in 2. That one got away. A wild pitch. Another one of those would do just fine.
Marlins would hope that it hit him. That's a dead ball. Runners at first and second. Somehow, miraculously, it missed Jace.
We got something cooking now, boys.
Nothing Real Muto could do. He threw his body in front of it, but he couldn't corral it.
Now the infield is in. A fly ball could win the game now. But Peterson chased a ball in the dirt and is struck out. Nothing straight, nothing hard late in that at bat. And there's out number 2. But Ramos not out of the woods yet. Darno's hit a home run, his first in the big leagues. That came in the 5th inning. It put the Braves in front 4-3. High bar 90 feet away. The infield can back up to normal depth with 2 outs. The thing that makes Ramos so tough is he's not a 2-pitch closer. He's got a lot of weapons. Swing, line drive, left field, but Yelich is there. Darno hit it right on the button, and that's going to send us to extra innings. Tyler Flowers hit a tape measure homer down the left field line to tie it. A blown save for Ramos, and new life for Atlanta. What a night. 5-5 after 9. That man just hit a game-tying homer in the bottom of the 9th inning. That's Tyler Flowers. We'll talk about his heroics on the post-game show presented by Xfinity. That's coming up after the Braves wrap up their 14th extra inning game this year. Atlanta is 5-8. Miami hasn't played many. They've just had 5 examples of free baseball. They're 1-4.
And one of those losses was to the Braves on June 21st. Vizcaino needs a good outing. He struggled last night, had to come out of the ball game after really having a hard time finishing it. It wasn't a safe situation, but Mauricio Cabrera had to come in and get the last out for his first big league save.
Yeah, it was Vizcaino on the mound when Larry Vanover was working the plate, and Tyler Flowers just blew a gasket. He was really upset with the strike zone, not just in the 9th inning, but pretty much all game long.
Throughout the game, it was a touch tight.
So Vizcaino versus Stanton. Stanton's popped out to the pitcher and has struck out swinging 3 other times.
No walks tonight. for Orodis. He walked 2 last night. And he walked 2 in his outing prior to that on the 27th against Cleveland, where he took a loss.
Stanton couldn't pull the trigger on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, inner half at the knees. There's a looping liner over second, and Stanton has a leadoff hit. And that's, Joe, an example of what you were talking about Stanton's been doing over the last 2 weeks. Not hitting for a lot of power, but he is putting the ball in play the other way.
He's been trying. I mean, tonight's not a real good example of it until this at bat, because he had been really wailing at some pitches, big long swings, but that one he shortened up, dumped it into right center. Another leadoff man on tonight.
Ton of them.
Yeah, it's got to be at least, what, 6 or 7?
6 of 10.
6 of 10.
So here's Miguel Rojas. .245 hitter. And he might try to bunt. At least he showed it there and almost got nailed. Rojas with 2 sacrifices this year. He's had 94 at bats. He's hurt the Braves. 5 hits and 17 at bats, 4 RBIs over an 8-game stretch. And there's the bunt. Back to the mound, 1 play. Successful sacrifice. Stanton to second, 1 man down in the 10th. And now Marlins catcher JT Realmuto becomes the key man in the inning. He has a couple of hits, a stolen base, and is 2 for 4.
No disrespect to Echeverria, but this guy worries me more than Echeverria, just the way things have gone already in this series. JT is swinging it real well.
Yeah, he is, and with the base open, you can pitch him pretty tough here in this situation.
Liner out of play, foul. And a strike. What a way to start the month of July. A barn burner with the Marlins here in Atlanta. Braves trailed 3-0 after 1, rallied to take a 4-3 lead after 5. Marlins jumped in front again in the 7th. Flowers a dramatic homer in the 9th to force extra innings. And a bounding ball over Lenny Harris's head, and 0-2 the count.
Pitcher's spot is 2 hitters away, and they've only got 1 position player left by my count, and that's Jeff Mathis, their backup catcher.
And in the Marlins bullpen, they have Mike Dunn. He's their lone lefty, and Dunn was hit pretty hard last night. They have Dustin McGowan, who's been up and down between Miami and AAA New Orleans, and Nick Whitgren, another right-hander available. One ball, 2 strikes. And Fouled away. Big day in baseball tomorrow. The international signing period begins around the major leagues. That's an area where the Braves figure to be very, very active and hopefully very, very successful tomorrow. Once we know whom they sign, we'll let you know tomorrow night. As a 1-2 pitch heads home and it's ripped back foul.
Yeah, the Braves have stockpiled a lot of resources through trades, through their own pool money, to be in a great position to go out and sign some outstanding talent that I'm reading exists in the international market this year.
1-2. And what a stop by Flowers to even the count. The Boston Red Sox today were found to be in violation of the Major League Baseball signing system rules. They had some players that had come to agreement already that are going to be released from those contracts and will be eligible to sign with other clubs after a workout on Friday. And the Red Sox are prohibited from signing any international players during the 2016-17 signing period.
That's pretty stiff.
It is.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And you can see why Real Muto concerns you. He's fouled off some tough pitches here. That one at 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's battling. He's fouled off some tough pitches.
Got hit in the back a while ago with a follow through, and he was catching.
Popped up straight away center and a mile high. And that's the second out. Real Muto put up a fight, but Vizcaino subdued him. 2 outs. And here's Echeverria. In the home 10th, Freeman, Garcia, and Markakis, the first 3 scheduled for the Braves.
Got a choice here. You can see if Echeverria is going to expand his strike zone a little bit, get himself in a hole, and not worry if you walk him and cause the Marlins to use up their last position player.
And potentially get Ramos out of the game.
Forcing their bullpen. That's right.
Or you can just get after Echeverria if you feel like that's the better way to go, and see how the Braves play it.
Looks like they're putting him on.
Yep.
So it'll be Vizcaino versus Mathis. And there's no history between those 2 players.
No, but there is between Mathis and the Braves. 4 for 11 this year with an RBI in just 2 or 3 spot starts for Real Muto.
So 1 more wide one, and that'll be the end of the line for Ramos. The Marlins will have 2 on and 2 out.
How do you feel about that proposed new rule, Tim, where you don't throw 4 pitches, you just hold up 4 fingers, and by next year that might be the rule, you just put him on?
Yeah, I mean, just they're looking for ways to quicken the game a little bit. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Me neither.
So Mathis versus Vizcaino in the 10th. 1 ball, no strikes. Bouncing ball left side. Adonis has it. He's going to chase down Giancarlo Stanton and tag him out. The intentional walk works out perfectly for the Braves. And we head to the bottom of the 10th inning, where Freddie Freeman will lead things off for the Braves. It's tied up 5-5 after 9.5.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Great night in Atlanta, where 32,036 fans have seen a terrific game between the Braves and the Marlins. Bottom of the 10th inning. The frame starts with Player of the Month hopeful Freddie Freeman, who had a sizzling month of June. And tonight, Freddie is 1 for 4 with a first inning double.
He's turned in some good defense tonight, too. Started a 3-6-3 double play. And here in the 10th inning, he'll try to put some of those numbers to use as a leadoff man.
And he'll face closer in training Nick Whitgren, 24-year-old right-hander out of Torrance, California. Started his career at Parkland College in Champaign, Illinois, and then went to Purdue. And was a second-team All-Big Ten pitcher in college. He has never started a game as a professional, ever.
Good numbers there. Walks to strikeouts, 4 to 24. Fastball in the low 90s. Curve and a change.
Crowd would love Freddie to walk it off. And it's outside, ball 2. Whitgren has faced the Braves once. He has thrown an inning and 2/3 of scoreless ball. And Freddie got jammed and popped it up left side. Echeverria out. Yelich is in, and they collide. The ball drops, and Freeman's at second base.
Saw that coming, didn't we?
Yeah, it looked like trouble from the start.
A lot of crowd noise, a lot of screaming and hollering. And if Yelich was calling for it, Echeverria never heard him.
The error will go to the shortstop, Echeverria. And the winning run at second with nobody out.
It's a break we're looking for. Got 3 shots to get him in.
And again, these guys haven't been making any errors on the infield. They've made 1 each in the last 2 nights.
I think they made 4 errors in June. And a big one here in the 10th sets it up for the Braves. And let's see how Atlanta plays it with Adonis Garcia up there. Infield's going to come in. And as we approach 11 o'clock, Adonis has the hopes of driving in Freeman. At the very least, he's got to get him to third base. There's nobody out.
Martin letting the infielders know what they're going to do defensively. We'll see if Adonis is going to try to bunt him over to third or swing away.
Pickoff play at second, but Freeman was 2 steps away from the bag.
Now another sign from Martin.
Off the plate, 1 ball, no strikes.
Now, ideally, the Marlins would like to retire Garcia, then walk Markakis, and then force the Braves to use a pinch hitter for the pitcher spot, which is the 6th spot in the order.
Home run cut. He didn't get it. And Casey Kelly's the man up and throwing in the Braves bullpen. Braves have AJ Przinsky left. As the count now 2-2. I think AJ's the last guy available for Atlanta.
Snyder's already been used, hasn't he?
Yep. Two balls, 2 strikes. Freeman at second on a 2-base error. The pitch is cut on and missed. And not what the Braves are looking for from Garcia there. And so we'll see if the Marlins follow Joe's strategy here with a base open and Nick Markakis up.
Well, they pitch around the left-handed hitter. They set up a force play that might help them get out of an inning with a double play ball. And that's what they're going to do.
So they're putting him
very similar to the top half of the inning where the Braves forced Don Mattingly to use his last position player.
So the double play in order. AJ Przinsky will be the Atlanta hitter. 2 on, 1 out. AJ's 1 for 7 in a pinch this year with an RBI.
And he's usually very aggressive early in the count. Surprisingly, their outfield's still deep, especially Ozuna in center.
AJ had a good cut, came up empty. Strike 1. 0-1. 0-2. It was tipped.
A little late. Had to come off the bench in the bottom of the or top of the 9th last night after Flowers was thrown out. And tonight it's the bottom of the 10th after sitting around all night.
Big hole left side, but 2 strikes for AJ.
This guy's thrown about 93, but his effort's about 99.
Little Jason Grilly like, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he missed inside with 2 in a row. Even count. The Braves' 9th inning hero Tyler Flowers waits on deck.
Good spoiler.
It was a tough pitch right there to foul off.
Two balls, 2 strikes, and time call. We just got the announcement that Ender Inciarte left the game after 5 innings with a right groin injury.
Really went into the second base bag hard. But then he got to trot home on the home run by d'Arnaud.
2-2. Fly ball center. Ozuna's got room. And playing deep helped him there. That's the 2nd out. And the fate of the inning rests in the hands of Tyler Flowers, as AJ Pierzynski upset. He missed a pitch that he thought he should have done more with. Here's how we got to a 5-5 score.
Tyler leading off the 9th inning, teed off.
See if he can do it again.
He's had a hot series. He's 5 for 8.
He can kind of do what Chase Peterson did down in Miami, where he had a tying homer in the 9th and won it in the 10th. Flowers can do that here.
Got a lot of room to play with right side, and he just got hit up and in. I think Tyler Flowers said that got me in the back. At least I hope so, because the helmet went flying. And he's walking to first base under his own power.
And I'm hoping it hit him in the back first. Breaking ball.
Nope.
No.
Right across the bill of the batting helmet.
I think it went off his helmet, off his hands.
Yeah.
And Whitgren looked over at Flowers and was apologizing as he stands at first base.
Trimmed his nose hairs a little bit.
No question.
Well, there's no place to put Ibar. Let's see if that play rattles the young Marlins pitcher. He missed outside, ball 1.
Nowhere to put him.
Be patient.
Absolutely.
I mean, he may be very, very worried about pitching on the inner half of the plate after that one got away.
And there's nowhere to put him.
Swing, fly ball, right center field. Stanton on the run is gonna get there. And that retires the side. Ibar hit it on the button. The Braves load the bases. Couldn't cash in a leadoff 2-base error. And we head to the 11th.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Yeah, there's no crying in baseball. There's a whole lot of fun here at Turner Field tonight, though. Wild game, 5-5. We head to inning number 11, and Casey Kelly is on to pitch. He'll face the top of the Miami batting order, which will feature Chris Johnson leading off.
Casey's been in one game since he was recalled from Gwinnett, and that was 2 days ago against Cleveland. He worked an inning, gave up a hit, but zeros across otherwise. He has been a starter here. He has started in Gwinnett, and he can be available tonight for some long relief if needed. Let's hope he only needs to work one.
Second time up for Chris Johnson. That's something else we've noticed about Don Mattingly and managing this Marlins team. He's not been afraid to double switch Justin Bour out of the ball game, and I don't mind that one bit, the way that he's hit the Braves. This one's lined towards center, and it'll drop in front of Darno for a leadoff hit. Another Miami leadoff man reaches. I believe that's 7 in 11 innings.
Yeah, Bour's a guy that can put you on the board with one swing of the bat. So anytime he's out of the lineup, it's good for you.
And I'm guessing it's for defensive purposes. Sure. I mean, Chris is a third baseman by trade.
Yeah.
But Bour's, yeah, a guy that can hit it a long way. But a good start. Johnson's aboard in the 11th. Here's Martin. 3 more hits for Prado tonight, 4 in the series.
And whatever you need Martin to do, he can do with the bat.
Well, this is a perfect alignment for Martin Prado in this situation. Freeman holding the runner at first. Martin, one of the best in the business at poking the ball between first and second. And a strike.
And he credits Edgar Renteria with really helping him with that when he was a young player coming up.
He has tremendous bat control. Just lets the ball get deep and take it that way with the best.
Flowers a nice stop.
And a guy like Martin doesn't care about the count. He can take a strike or take a chance and foul one off and get in the hole, and he's still got confidence that he can put the ball in play, inside out the ball, hit it to right field, and that's what makes him dangerous. He trusts himself to be able to handle whatever the situation is.
Just 37 strikeouts this year for Prado, who's in there almost every day for the Marlins.
You know, we were talking about Mattingly last night and all his numbers. I think his strikeout high for any year was 43.
Wow.
One pitch. And a high fly ball hammered toward left center field. Long run, Bonifacio. He's gonna get there. What a beautiful running catch to rob Prado of an extra base hit. And he throws up his hands in disbelief after a great play for out number 1.
Game saver. Martin tomahawked a high fastball, and Bonifacio saved a run.
Yeah, there's been some great defensive plays tonight from the Braves.
What a catch.
Covered some ground. Speed's a beautiful thing.
And here's Yelich, 2 doubles, 2 runs, and an RBI. Yelich tied the game with a 7th inning 2-base hit, and and scored on Ozuna's go-ahead safety in the 7th. Games out west are underway. Dodgers lead the Rockies 1-0. Bud Norris starting for LA tonight. Former Brave pitching in place of Clayton Kershaw, who was placed on the disabled list. That's downstairs, ball 3.
Defense just did you a favor. Don't move the potential go-ahead run into scoring position with a walk. Not with Ozuna coming up next.
Yeah, that's just one of many problems with that leadoff man reaching. Barring a double play, you know you're going to have to face Ozuna in the inning. And he's had a huge night. Popped up left side, playable to third base. And there's the second out. Yelich pops to third. And it will be Kelly versus Marcell Ozuna. Popped him up. And that one's playable in right for Markakis. Kelly, a nice job. He gave up a leadoff hit. Nothing else. Prado robbed by Bonifacio. That saved a run and maybe the game. Braves coming up in the 11th. Birthday for that youngster. He's seen a terrific big league game tonight. A lot of action. 10 runs, 25 hits. And we'll talk about all of it on Braves Live after we wrap things up with the Marlins tonight. 9, 1 and 2 coming up for Atlanta. We're in extra innings because Tyler Flowers hit a 9th inning homer. And that is our terrific Braves Live crew. And that's their best dressed look. Normally that trio looks like they're in a Star Wars bar scene. Just saying. A strike to Bonifacio. How many times do you see it? A guy makes a great play And he comes to bat first the next half inning. Here we are with Emilio. Whitgren works his second inning. He had a mess on his hands in the 10th. A two-base error, an intentional walk, but a fly out, then a hit batsman, and a line out. Kept it alive. Yelich in left will handle Bonifacio's pop. One down. Chase Peterson batted in the 9th inning with a runner in scoring position, and A.J. Ramos struck him out. He didn't see much hard and straight in that 9th inning sequence. Let's see what Whitgren shows him here in the 11th. And Peterson another foul ball at the plate. Phillies won tonight. They beat the Royals 4-3. Washington beat the Reds in 14 innings 3-2.
Ben Revere had a double to drive in Espinosa for that game winner.
That's 10-2 over the Cubs in the 7th. Cardinals 7-1 winners over Milwaukee.
Yeah, they had a delay, I think, in New York. I'm going to say it was a rain delay, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't think it was a power outage.
Off Real Muto's glove, 1-2 your count. It's a battle of the bullpens tonight. We've seen 12 pitchers.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Just 12.
Tell you what, you come back wisely, Grasshopper. Your choices last night. 3 hours 33 minutes and an hour rain delay, and tonight extras.
High hopper, tough play. Echeverria though snagged it and threw a strike. 2 out. And here's d'Arnaud. A 2-run homer in the 5th inning. His highlight tonight, his first major league home run. And here it is.
He tomahawked one. Christian Yelich didn't bother.
There's a base hit with 2 outs, and it'll bring Freeman to the plate.
Good night for Chase, and of course he's capable of swiping a bag too. He's got 6 on the year. It's just that if you do that, you take the bat out of Freddie's hands, and the way he's been going in the month of June and now into this month, I think you got to let him swing away, and he might hit a double, and you could score on the double.
As you said, very aggressive hitter. Let's see what he gets with the first pitch. Big crowd wants the Braves to win it right here, right now, because the fireworks show is in jeopardy as we approach 11:30 Eastern time.
If Freddie falls behind in the count 0-2, then you could run.
Off the end of the bat and right at Giancarlo Stanton. And we will head to the 12th. It's a 5-5 thriller in Atlanta tonight.
Chase Darno with a big home run earlier in the game. Tyler Flowers tied it with a homer in the 9th. Ozuna a big night. Prado a big night for the Fish. They got 3 in the first on 2 homers. One by Dietrich, one by Ozuna. You see Stanton standing there in his stance with that orange sleeve on. I want to ask you, Tim, because I don't think I have one of those muscles right there. Do you have one of those?
No. You know, since I've retired, that muscle has gotten a little smaller.
You had to debulk.
Yeah. All that work with Phil Falco, you know, we was talking about earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, he had me. No, I don't think I've ever had one of those muscles.
By the way, look at Stanton, right-handed pitcher up, and look what's missing.
Huh. Yeah.
We've seen that against lefties, but it's the first time we've seen it against a righty, and he might want to reconsider that. Up and in, and he fouled it away.
Funny that you mention it, and that happens. Change up.
Actually, it wasn't that close.
No, not as close as we thought.
And Stanton couldn't pull the trigger on a breaking ball. Whatever he's guessing wrong a lot.
You know, I think some of this, Chip, is that he got knocked down and they threw him a breaking ball and he flinched. He's mad at himself for flinching.
It's a tough pitch right after one. You feel like set your chin.
Sure is.
Front door slider.
And a line drive by Miguel Rojas comes with 1 out. Well, Stanton, as you know, has just been ravaged by injuries in his major league career. The reason for all the face masks and the like took place in 2014. He was hit by a pitch in the face in Milwaukee. Facial lacerations, fractures, and dental damage. And at the time he got hurt, Stanton had 37 homers, 105 RBIs, and was slugging .555. And that's really the big question. Will Giancarlo Stanton return to those incredible numbers after suffering what I would suppose, Joe, for a hitter is the most terrifying injury you can have?
Mike Fiers, I think, was the guy that hit him, and I don't know what the date was on that, but it was August, wasn't it?
September 11th.
Oh, was it September?
And the Marlins were kind of on the cusp of the playoffs at the time. Realmuto, the batter, with 1 on and 1 out. And then last year, Stanton's year ended at 74 games. He broke the hamate bone in his left wrist. He had 27 homers and 67 RBIs in late June. And he went down.
He is toasting over there right now.
Both seasons that he went down with injuries, he was on his way to MVP caliber year.
Yep.
And they need him. I mean, the game needs him. He's a great player. People line up to watch him hit the ball. And for the Marlins, he is the cornerstone of their franchise. He signed through the 2027 season, believe it or not. There are some opt-outs and all of that, but $300 million contract based upon those great numbers we talked about. In this day and age, yeah, he's probably worth it. But really struggling with the strikeout ball this year. That one's right down Broadway for Realmuto, 3-1.
You know, a guy with his talent, you know, he's gonna get it going at some point. You just hope that you're not the team facing him whenever he does figure it out and start getting on a roll and get hot, because somebody's going to pay at some point. You just hope that you get him when he's scuffling the touch.
There's ball 4 inside, and all of a sudden the Marlins have a rally. 2 on, 1 out. A hit and a walk. And that'll bring up Echeverria.
Jose Fernandez with a helmet and a bat.
He can hit.
And he is a good hitter.
Two on, one out.
Good hook. Tim, you pinch hit a couple of times in your career, didn't you?
I did.
Did they give you an opportunity to, or tell you, hey, go stretch, go loosen up, go hit off a tee or something before you go up there?
Yeah, if you have an idea you might be in there, that you'll go up to the cage and swing off the tee a little bit. It was more or less on I think whenever I did pinch hit, it was to go up there and butt. So,
Okay.
So it's
Well, the last thing they would want Fernandez to do is go up there and swing from his backside trying to hit one out and pull a muscle. They don't want that.
be good for us.
Yeah.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And Echeverria pops one into right. That's playable for Markakis. And the runners hold at first and second, 2 outs. Isn't it funny how this happens? You have teams combined for 10 runs, 20-25 hits, and then the game goes into extra innings and it becomes a titanic struggle to mount a rally against guys deep in the opposing bullpens. And that's where we are, as Jose Fernandez will come on and hit. And the Marlins out of position players. Jeff Mathis was the last man they had, and he bounced out in the top of the 10th inning.
Still need to pitch this guy tough, like you said. He's a good hitting pitcher. You know, you can't just lay it in there. You need to make some pitches.
You got to treat him like a hitter.
Sure.
Like a position player.
Especially with the game on the line.
Rojas can run. He's at second. That's the man the Braves are worried about most as Fernandez takes outside. Ball 1. Oh boy, he got lucky. That ball bounced up and I think hit him in the helmet.
Yeah, right on the bill.
Fly ball left center field. That's going to get down. It's going to go to the wall. 1 run scores. Realmuto around third. And look at Jose Fernandez. A pinch hit double has put the Marlins in front 7-5.
You could tell when he fouled that ball off the plate that hit him in the helmet. He wasn't trying to go the other way and just try to ping one. He wanted something he could pull, and he did.
That's his 7th hit, 5 RBIs now, and he puts Miami in front 7-5 in the 12th inning. Chris Johnson 1 for 2. And now 0-2 to him. Mets 1, Washington 1, Miami is winning. Those are the top 3 teams in the East. Phillies also beat Kansas City tonight. Braves now trail by 2. And Johnson is down on strikes. And that will retire the side. Jose Fernandez, the Marlins starter tomorrow. was a hitter tonight, and he's put Miami in front with a pinch hit double. Number 16. Jose Fernandez got a big greeting in the Marlins dugout, as you'd expect.
You know what? He was getting hugs coming off the field from the position guys too, and he's going to pitch tomorrow, and it would take a no-hitter for him to feel any better than he feels right now for what he did coming off the bench to help his team get a win.
Yeah, that's true. You know, as a pitcher, you know, we're not used to being put in that position to win your ball club from an offensive standpoint. So I'm sure that's a thrill for him for sure.
Heck yeah.
So Barry Bonds and Lenny Harris loving what Jose Fernandez did. Now the Braves have to find a way to beat Dustin McGowan in the 12th inning, trailing 7-5. Dustin McGowan is a great story. He used to pitch with the Toronto Blue Jays, and he's become a real inspirational athlete in South Florida. Dustin McGowan is a type 1 diabetic, and he did not discover that until he was an adult. And in order to pitch at this level, Dustin McGowan requires an insulin pump, and he wears it at all times. He has it in his uniform, and you might, I believe, see it in the back right pocket. And Dustin McGowan has spent and does spend a lot of time at the Diabetes Research Institute at the University of Miami, talking to kids about diabetes, how to treat it, and to show them that if they want to be an athlete, a ballerina, a singer, whatever it is, that they can overcome that affliction and be successful and live happy and very healthy lives.
That's a good story.
You can't help but root for a guy like Dustin McGowan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's popped up. Real Muto behind the plate at the screen is not going to have a play. It's in the SunTrust Club seats. And we count 1-2. In fact, McGowan didn't find out he had diabetes until he was in the minor leagues. Think about that. You're beginning your baseball journey. You're trying to get to the major leagues, and you find out you have that condition.
It's amazing that it took him that long to figure it out.
Yeah, it came upon. He said he was drinking a lot of water, going to the bathroom all the time. Classical signs of that disease, and got checked out, and sure enough, he was diagnosed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's jammed and hit to short. Echeverria's got it. And the throw to first is in plenty of time.
You know, Buddy Carlisle was he's a guy that found out later in his career that he developed diabetes. And, you know, it can be a tough thing, you know, especially as a professional athlete. You know, it's a, you know, you lose strength and energy, and you wonder where it's going, and you find out that's the reason why.
Ron Santo was a diabetic, made it to the Hall of Fame as a player, and obviously the medical understanding of that disease 50-60 years ago wasn't nearly what it is now. Ron would tell stories all the time about how he would start to feel his blood sugar dropping, and his roommate Glenn Beckert would palm him a candy bar in the on-deck circles so he wouldn't pass out on the field. Yeah. 1-0 pitch to Markakis is ripped to right. Chris Johnson at his knees makes the play for the second out. And maybe the most famous Ron Santos story was he was facing Bob Gibson at Wrigley Field. And he stepped in the batter's box as sugar started to drop. He said he saw 3 Bob Gibsons, saw 3 fastballs because his vision was blurred. He said, I swung at the one in the middle and hit a game-winning home run.
Get out of here.
That's what he said.
It's amazing.
So 2 are out. And Casey Kelly, the Braves are out of players. No choice but to hit here. See if he can keep it alive with a hit.
Well, I think back to the 9th and the 10th inning when the Braves had some chances to win. They had a runner at third and 1 out in the 9th. And granted, Chase Peterson was down to his last strike and struck out by the time that runner got to third. And then last inning, or rather than the 10th inning, that leadoff error when the ball was knocked loose and Freddie was at second base and the Braves were unable to push across the winning run. They had chances and didn't capitalize.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Runner on second, no outs. You're in a great position to get that run across. And
yeah.
The Braves are down to their final strike. It's 1-2 to Casey Kelly. And that is your ball game. The Miami Marlins put together a 12th inning rally. They survived a blown save by A.J. Ramos in the 9th inning. And in 12 innings, they even up this series with a 7-5 victory here on Star Wars night in Atlanta. Joe, Tim, and I. It's been a late night. We'll recap the game for you right after this.